Hello, hello. It's the 15th of October 2025, so the day directly following my recording of episode 1 and 2. It's still morning. Episode 1 is live. Episode 2, I could switch live any moment, but I thought, yeah, let's give it at least 24 hours. And what you see on screen, the harm suit, it has been changed. This morning there was a new update. German time, as per usual. So this morning there was a new update, and so the thermal radiation factor has been adjusted. Before it was 0.079, which was higher than the 0.062 of the hard suit. Now it's 0.04. So now the harm suit, which is the super insulation suit, is 1.55 times as good as the hard suit's thermal radiation insulation. And that makes much more sense. Okay, let's get to it then. With all the mining behind me, all of it, no, I can now finally make the alloys for upgrading the manufactories, for making the computer, for getting some programming done and so forth. Oh nice, they have charged quite a lot, just with this stuff. Maybe I should actually use a fuse on this thing too. Who knows? Better safe than sorry. Where would that be? These are the power suppliers, these are the power consumers, and this is where I have my eye on things. So if that ever exceeds 100 kilowatts, make sure that I don't have to run around fix everything. What's coming in currently? 2000-ish watts. So during a storm that would be, I guess, like 20 to 30,000, maybe, who knows. That's fine. Okay. So let's prepare the smelt then. This is all for steel. It's not full, but it's for steel. And what did I mine? This will become solder. This could also become solder. Do I have more lead than that? Yes, I do. So I'm not like losing all the lead in some misguided decision to make more solder than I actually need. But, I mean, why not make a bunch? Need some iron, though. So I have to... I currently have lots of steel, so that's not a problem to do this. That was pretty cool in episode 2. Was it 2? I think so. Just tossing in the entire backpack into the furnace, configured like this, and rather full. I don't know. Pretty full. And then
hunger critical.
And then that's all it had to do. Yeah, I don't have anything growing yet. But for that I need... Here, this will be the little greenhouse. This was supposed to be an airlock, but for now, why not just leave it like this? And I did a pretty cool stunt in the previous episode. I calculated 3 sticks for here, 3 sticks for here, so that's 18. Ultimately, I made it 20 road flares. Hey Google, light to 1. It's a bit too bright in here. This square was still void atmosphere, so it was very cold. This too, and so I tossed them in here, then closed the door. Let it heat up. In here we had 7 degrees, and then when everything was said and done, and I opened this and I opened that, it was still 7 degrees. That was nice. Anyway, so I want to make solder. I want to make electrum. Let's see how much electrum we can muster to make. And then we need Invar and Constantan. Let's see, that was, I believe, copper and nickel. And Invar would be iron and nickel. Yep. So I guess I have to take more iron from this one, huh? Well, it's station, huh? 2 lights here, 2 lights there, 2 lights there, and over there we even have this one and that one. The other side is still dark. Did I think of the timescale? Yes, I did. 0.03 instead of 0.3. Oh, I just a reminder just popped up on my screen telling me that I forgot to well, thank you for the 2 YouTube commenters whose names I currently do not have in my head, but it's in the episode 1, because 2 isn't up yet. I forgot to detach the tanks from the top, which is here. But there's only one, it's the fuel tank. I was even wondering where that one is, but not enough to actually search for it. Cool. So that solves the problem here with my welding torch. Yeah, things are getting a bit cramped in here, like there always are in my stations, or at least in the starter stations, and about 80% of my playthroughs don't get past the starter room, sadly. Anyway, so let's refill that canister, which is already very low. And I wonder, oh, this is an insulated one. This is Mark II. You can tell that from this built-in progress bar kind of thing. Yep. Should have a storage room, right? I put this and that, and I mean, eventually I will not need this, right? So a room where just, you know, for a storage room, kind of like this one. And well, there will not be much in this one for now, so let's use it as a storage room then. So if I grab this here, and if I grab this here, see, the lid is where it should be, depending on how I grab it. Grab him by the lid. And for whatever reason, the non-Mark II tanks, so the Mark I tanks, the oxygen tank that you start with, they have this bug, where it doesn't matter where you grab them, it will always be basically this one, and that is has been there for at least 2 years, this bug. And there's another one of these bugs where I ask myself, Rocketworks, what the motherfucking dog shit are you fucking doing? I mean, really, don't develop stuff to 80% and then just let it linger for 2 years. Make that proper. This is primary stuff interface, you know? I mean, beginners might have this... I see, at the beginning of this playthrough, I made this little box here in this corner, which is now dismantled, where I put this thing with 3 of the dynamite sticks, road flares, and that... It had already cooled down to, I don't know, 15 or 13 or whatever degrees, this brought it up to a high temperature again. And, you know, I could store it like this. But this also means that a beginner might then try to, like, stuff their oxygen canister in here to refill it. But then there might be some emergency situations, some panic situations where time really counts, you know? And then they would say, refund, this game is too stupid, blah, 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 because they died, which is understandable. It's an overreaction. It's unreasonable, but it's, you know, that's people. I wouldn't call it a super stupid reaction, but it's rather on the side of down. It's not the right way. Still, it's something reasonable for the developers to anticipate and prevent, and why the fuck not, man? How hard can it be? I mean, this one works. Why doesn't that one? It seems like the same thing. Well, okay, I don't know the particular code here, and who knows how very esoteric the structures are, which have grown for 10 years. Who knows? Anyway, okay. So that would be solder, that would be electrum. How much gold do I have left afterwards? Okay, that's indeed a concern. I don't have that much gold. Here we have 2 grams, here we have 44 grams, here we have none, and here we have none and 50 grams. So that is... okay, let's just not blow through the entire amount of gold. I would say let's keep a little bit of the gold around. So I should drag that over here, I guess. if there were space, which there is not. Yeah, the reminder top of Lander, which comes back after 5 minutes when I've clicked it away. I made myself a nice reminder program, I keep mentioning that. Which is a transparent window that appears on all desktops and doesn't steal your keyboard focus. And for you to operate it, to call any function on it, you have to do some kind of special mouse gesture kind of thing that is graphically displayed. So you cannot accidentally invoke anything. You can only accidentally click it away, but it will come back. So. Okay, the lead here is misplaced a lot. Now that looks good. There we have Invar, and here we have Constantan. Right? Invar is the iron stuff, yeah. Invar iron, Invar iron, Invar iron, Invar iron. Constantan copper, constant copper, constant copper, constant copper. This can actually easily be remembered. Constantan copper. I mean, Invar iron, that is not so very clear because of the different pronunciations, even though both start with an I. But here the pronunciation is the same. Constantan copper. Yep. Finally, I can remember this. Cool. Nice idea. Iron, Invar. Yep. Okay, this belongs together, this belongs together, this belongs together. Is there something more that I want to make? Some more steel? I have enough steel. This will be when the dude has cooled out. And then this stuff will be an extra smelting pass. Yeah. Okay, let's get to it then. Is this thing on? Hello! Okay, we have to add 1, 2, 3 pipes. What's in here? Deep miner cartridge. I saved the screenshot from yesterday where I recorded that location of the deep miner. The deep miner spot here. In this area we only get iron. Iron is fine. It is actually worthy, I think, though currently I do have enough and it's easy to find. But then when I was on the hunt for silver, I was hunting, no silver to be found anywhere. And then I finally found some. And then I whipped out the deep miner cartridge, which I had opened many times on this search. And then realized, oh, in this area we get silver. And actually, what else do we get? Let's see, deep miner, 1 second. There we go. What we get there is half of it would be silver. Then we would also get 1/3 lead, 1/3 of 1. You know, 1 is the probability that you get something, or 1 is the 100%. Half of this 100% is silver, 1/3 of that 100% is lead, and the rest is nickel. That's 0.167. So silver, nickel, lead. Nickel is nice, particularly for later. What's the face of it? I think that nickel and actually also lead, I'm not sure, is used a lot for the very advanced alloys. Huh? Yeah, let's check that out. Let's take a short look at that. Ingots. Copper, steel, cobalt. Okay, no. I found a region with cobalt, but not sure yet if I would do anything with it. And I think it was really only cobalt. It was on the way to the silver region, so that's something we would find again. Silver, nickel, cobalt. Silver we would have thanks to the deep miner. Nickel also, so yeah, that was a hit. Gold, steel, nickel. Yeah, nickel still, yeah, that's would come from the deep miner. Silver, silicon, cobalt. Silicon, I also found a region with silicon only. I think, pretty sure. Silver cobalt region, yeah, but silver deep mine. And then silver nickel lead. Oh, silver nickel lead. Silver nickel lead. Interesting. That's exactly what I would get from that region. And what is that? That is wasp alloy. That's the fly around alloy, like wasp. I think that was for the hardsuit jetpack, for example. Okay. Tracker? No, I need the analyzer here. Oh, I could crush that water, then I have some more space here. Nice, a new ice crusher, where you can set the temperature. How cooled down is the water by now? 15 degrees. Okay, lots of nitrogen entering the station, the pressure is increasing. Temperature here is falling, so that's something to be considered. And do you hear the air moving? It's quite a lot of pressure that came in here. Yeah, okay, and now it's spread out. Still something in there? Yeah, basically nothing. 16 liters of water still. Why doesn't it come out? Is that a pressure thing, maybe? Here we have 114 kilopascals of pressure, and here we have 9. So, I don't quite get why there's such a high pressure here. Oh well. Okay, this can be put aside. Except I should also smelt some stuff while I'm at it. Copper we have enough for now. Okay, let's go. Have I eaten? I don't need to eat. Oxygen, also still fine. Waste canister. I hold that due to the ongoing apocalypse, the depth of emotion that can be experienced is diminished. Not just in me, but in everybody. And now you might say, well, I have had deep emotion, so thanks very much, that's working just fine. Yeah, but do not have the effect that you're getting used to stuff. Like there was the initial experience, of course, of learning in Stationeers, which is something you cannot really have anymore because you know everything already. Or maybe... Oh, what's happening? Huh. But, what about the memory of that experience? You remember that you did it, but can you find that sound again in your head? Like you sometimes may have some memories of childhood experiences, which have some kind of very special sound to them. It's not fear, it's not happiness, it's not this and not that, whatever, but it's just some strange music. And it's always different. And, I mean, music is just a metaphor. I'm talking about feeling, so it's something in your head. And that stuff can also be remembered. I have that from time to time. And I'm very glad to be able to still tap into that stuff. And I hold that we are in a time where loud stuff, like new experiences, like, oh, I'm learning Stationeers, and your initial experience of exiting the airlock, and now I have to smell something, now I'm the astronaut doing that stuff, that was really ringing a bell in your head. Like it did for me when I just exited the airlock, very quietly. That's why I'm coming up with this topic right now. Faintly. I guess I have to deconstruct this guy, huh? well, it doesn't constitute cheating because all the stuff will come out. So it's the only way to get it out. So it's not cheating. So let's do that. But I hope that this will change. I hope that the time where emotion that you desire to experience, emotion like I described it, stuff that can be there, but that seems to be kind of suppressed, as if reality is saying there's no room for that now, that time will come back. When everything is said and done. Angle grinder. I expect a little more, to be honest. Is that really all that was in there? Pure ice, liquid carbon dioxide. So that's CO2, and here we have pure ice carbon dioxide. So yeah, lots of CO2. I want to keep that around. CO2 seems like something that I like. Also, if the station gets a little warm, blop, just toss it down. Yeah, let's just put up the pipe first. Maybe that helps with the auto rotate. It does. It very obviously does. I already wanted to make the arc welder, but I didn't have the materials, and currently I could make it, I guess, but I'm doing different stuff now. Right now. So, furnace is ready and empty. And maybe this time I should actually empty it. What do we start with? I would say first the perfect pair, electrum and solder, because making this cools the furnace down so much that this one becomes very feasible. Do I have some... Oh, I forgot the actual smelty eyes. Hello, somebody home? Man, I love this game, and the new terrain system allows you to actually look around and feel it more, to reinvigorate that overall attitude of this is the place to be. I mean, this is a, well, I wouldn't say space station because it's not in space, but this is basically still astronaut and space travel shit. And I built this brick by brick, and I mean, everybody does. I'm not saying, hey, behold. I'm just saying this is a great feeling to have made this. And it's consisting of all of the parts are individual. All of them are real, for lack of a better term. There's nothing fake in here. And it looks good too. For the most part. Okay. I don't know how much, I don't know, let's go for minimal first and then we continue with adding stuff. And this is, I believe, where the gap bug comes in, when you do splitting, you know. Okay, what we do first is electrum. So what was that again? I believe the temperature was arbitrary and the pressure needs to be 2,002.4 megapascals. I think, I'm not sure. What pressure do we have? More than that, of course. I feel confident enough to just try as if I had just looked it up. I have not. I mean, after all this time, that is probably a reasonable guess. So once it's below 2.4 megapascals, it should be ready. Did it just increase for a second there? In the pressure? Oh, it's green. Okay, so correctly guessed, I guess. Let the cats out. Okay, that is electron. And now let's put the other stuff in. Come on. Can they please work on the chutes? Because it's a bit unreasonable how very long it is not possible to insert something new. It feels like this is not reflecting the actual visual mechanics. Temperature is falling a lot. Maybe more than good. I guess I have to kick it in the crotch again. I mean, if I add the other two, that will just be, you know... so what's the gas mixture in there? Where is my tablet? There's some oxygen still in there, so I could put some volatiles in there in hopes that this will not be too much. I mean, this will of course make it hotter, but how much? See what I mean? It looks like it goes up, but it's not yet ready to take in the next one. What I find a bit annoying with the furnace, apart from the gas let out bug, which is certainly there, because, you know, if I pump CO2 from such a thing into my station, it will take quite a while until the stuff that comes out is all of a sudden hot, as if it's coming out in layers, instead of like a mixture. That's weird. Okay, temperature a bit high. We can just relieve the pressure, I guess, to also work on the temperature. The less thermal mass is in there, the more the thermal radiation and so forth exchange with the surrounding environment should be able to help. What is this? Anyway, so the thing that I find annoying, apart from that bug, is that the furnace's sound, which should indicate, oh my god, this is now dangerous and so forth, it's hot, it's boiling, this is the furnace, it is happening, yes, yes, that this is depending on the pressure. I mean, this thing could be cold, I think, but if the pressure is very high, it will still make that sound, right? Or does it not make that sound? Let's say there's 20 megapascals of pressure in there, which is hard to achieve when the temperature is like at 200k or whatever, or 300, but still. And then I think it will still make that same sound because of the pressure. That's wrong, man. What a nice day so far.
Hydration critical.
The craftsmen were here in this house this morning and swapped out some sewage line. Well, not for raw sewage, but for, you know, kitchen and so forth. There are two lines. The shit line is a bit wider, bigger, more diameter. And that took them like an hour, only 1 hour, to do the entire thing, including cleanup, including everything. Respect. And now I'm recording this episode, and so far I feel pretty good about this one. So, once at 550k, which is the ceiling, and 350k is the floor, for solder I should be able to excrete this stuff. I don't know if there's a pressure minimum, probably, but I guess the pressure minimum would be a megapascal or something. We will see. Maybe I've released too much pressure. Let's just check it out. Electrum was, god damn it, 2.4 megapascals maximum indeed, and 600k minimum. So only thing here matters really just get the pressure down. And here, solder. Here the pressure is irrelevant basically because 1 megapascal is hard to accidentally run under, and 350 to 550. Okay. So let's release all of that and then do invar and constantan. I'm pretty sure that even though constantan sounds like constant, you have to have a very constant pressure and temperature, it was actually invar that was the tricky one. Constantan...
Hunger critical.
Shut up. Takes... well, maximum pressure and temperature doesn't matter. Minimum pressure and temperature, 1000 Kelvin and 20 megapascals. Relatively easy to achieve, and indeed invar is the tricky one. That is invariable, you know. So there's no easy way to remember this, because the names are kind of saying the same thing. Here we have to be between 80 and 20, and since that's harder to achieve, it's easier to achieve that with an empty stomach. So let's fill that stomach, huh? Well, the furnace isn't empty yet. So again, the first thing I want to do is invar iron, constant copper. So invar, I need this stuff. So I have some steel frames here. Not as many as I eventually want, so since I have steel out the ass, let's just make the dude here print some frames, so I can, for example, make an advanced furnace room later. I like to, you know, people put their furnace into a frame and they ask around in the forums, how did this trick work with keeping the temperature up? Like, can I put it in a vacuum box? Can I put it inside of an actual frame box instead of a 1x1x1 room? And so forth and so forth. And all of that is legitimate, but it gives me the feeling of cheating. Why not instead make a room that is itself just hot? A hot room in which you then work yourself. Which then, of course, requires a special suit maybe, or this one will run quickly through the oxygen and so forth. And people would say, yeah, no, let's not do that because of the things you just mentioned. But I'm saying, dude, you're in space. You have to take measures to achieve things or avoid things. How is that not just normal? And so I prefer a furnace room. Okay, let's do the invar. From behind. Pressure, irrelevant. Now we have to kick this guy in the balls. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Might not be enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we put these two in there, which will increase the pressure further. Are you sure about that? We need to achieve 20 megapascals or more. Temperature doesn't... Oh wait, what am I saying? Invar. 18 to 20. 12 to 15. 18 to 20. 12 to 15. Is it still melting? No, it's not. 12 to 15. So it's too hot. And the pressure is not high enough. I need to increase the Interestingly, I need to decrease the temperature and increase the pressure. I wonder. And that didn't do much. So let's put some more oxide in there. Oh, that's all the oxide I have here in this stack. 18 to 20, 1, 2 to 1, motherfucker. Invar. Okay, the next up is it empty? Yeah. Next up is Constantin, which only needs 20 megapascals of pressure minimum, and you know, the temperature is whatever the temperature needs to be. And anyway. And here we go. No? Does it need to be hotter? I feel like there should be a link to Constantin straight from Invar. Okay, 1 kilokelvin and 20 megapascals. Oh, it's still... Yeah, of course, it's not yet done smelting that stuff. Yeah, sure, okay. That makes sense then. And that's it. That's how easy that was, once you know how. I'm not sure if I should leave it as like it is. For now, I think I will, because maybe I have some use for those gases. Otherwise, just, you know, explode some pipes, who cares? But what I could do is I could... let's leave it like this. So, what shall we print first? I would say, since hunger is an issue, let's go for logic first. And the stacker wouldn't be the worst thing to install here, but no, that's not the first thing to fix. Okay. Invar, Constantin, Electrum and solder. Electrum and solder would certainly be needed to make an IC10. I could run the IC10 in here. Let's make an IC10 first, because that one is definite. Gold, oh. I knew there was some gold around here. Oh, there is some gold around here. So, should I just run it in here? No, this is a temporary installation, and whatever I run in here should be controlling this thing, which will be complex enough, I guess. Actually... I mean, it would be good to have things a bit cleaned up. You know, this chip does this, that chip does that. We have some kind of logic center where there is a room that has all that stuff, which I could actually could build another annex here, you know, in the same way that I already did. Which begs the question, what does it even take to print these guys? Stack size 20, and to print one you need 1 iron, so that's cheap. Should I make a logic center? But if you do that, then the first thing to consider is of course power. As in how separate, how cleaned up is my power network. Here we have a cable coming in from the inner circuitry, which is protected. This fuse is between the batteries and the entire station. Station currently consuming 600 watts. Or will that spike when it's printing something? Nope, it's pretty much constant. And the maximum we can afford is 5,000, so that's good. But let's say we have 600 times 4. I know that most of it is from the lights, but let's say 1, 2, 3, 4 times 600. That's 2,400. Then we have this light here will be happening. The chip with 50 watts will be happening. So let's add another 1,000 watts. So currently we have a nice, reasonable station. Even if we slap 2 or 3 IC10 on that. How much power does it even consume when it's in here, I wonder? Huh. I've never measured that. Should do that at some point. But anyway, it sounds as if it would be reasonable to actually build a little logic center where I have a chip on the wall and where I have a computer, and you know, not instead of just shitting the computer here in the middle of it because that works, because that's the way I normally do it, but instead I could put it in here, by the way. But this is the greenhouse. Ish. It's the greenhouse-ish. Yeah, should I build another annex for that? I mean, it's nice to just go over to the logic center and do stuff. I've never done this. In other words, let's fucking do that. Do I still have enough food to afford that kind of luxury? I'm not sure, honestly, if that is in the cards. Maybe I should actually plant a potato. What's the temperature? 13 degrees. It's not ideal, but it's okay. Pressure is a bit high. I could maybe fill some canisters with oxygen and let them leave them lying around. Dangerous. If they're not too full, that's fine. CO2 is very fine. Pollutant, yeah, who gives a fuck? It's just a little bit. So I think I will now risk planting a potato. And we start with the light on. So I will play it by ear now. And then erect the, not penicillin, but the extra building here. For that I will need walls, which I hereby choose to manufacture. Oh. Steel frames. 13. Some steel sheets. Could use some more of these. There's the chip. Definitely will need more of those. Oh, let's keep printing. Shadow of the Beast. It's cooling down fast. I wonder why. Okay. So I would break through this wall. And then there would be a room here in the same manner, because that's nice. The room would have a size of at least 2 by 2. So we enter the room and then we are inside the room. There would be some chips and a computer, and I think this little room here is already enough. We don't have to go further. I don't see why we should have to go further. Uh-oh. Yeah, that would be another quality of life thing, right? When you're looking at a slot and you're splitting and your hands are full, that it goes straight into the slot. I mean, not because you happen to stand there, which works here, for example, or at least here, but decidedly, you know, there is this hover box, you do that thing, so that's the effect. Wait, is the hover box here when I'm splitting? No, it isn't. Well, but then the crosshair. Of course, I mean, that's a very, very esoteric level kind of improvement, so very unlikely to ever happen. But I'm just saying, what are things that could be done? And that's, you know, to make it more convenient. Like the auto-rotating of the cable, which is nice, but doesn't go as far as it could. What's this? 27 steel frames? Storage room for building materials. This is currently not needed. Growing moderately. Well, the temperature is a bit low. Now we need steel sheets. And we will also need glass. I don't have too much of the silicon, I believe. Or do I? There's some more silicon. Should think of that on one of my excursions. Okay, that's walls. No, it's not the intention of this mouse interaction. Right, so how much glass do I have lying around? Currently 6 glass sheets, that's definitely not enough. Wonder where I use those. Do we have silicon in here? Nope. So let's take these two behind the shed and shoot them. How many do we need? 6 for... Oh, actually not that many. But it's good to have some reserves. Okay. No! Yeah, it's evening. Temperature 400 Celsius, 150. Should have printed a door too. Window. Windows. Yeah, actually, to make everything glass is not so nice, because I would want the chips to be somewhere in this small room. Where, if not on the wall? Put them on the glass wall? Oh, that's an option. But what will I ever see on this side of the room? So that's a good option. To put in transparent walls here. Damn it, I wanna rotate the motherfuckers. Can this not be done? Ah, here we go. Oh, composite. Shit, I forgot that. I thought I need steel. So, this will be glass, 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 glass. This will not be glass. And I wonder if I should make the ceiling also in transparent. You know, not to have glass everywhere all the time. What was the orientation here? Uh-huh. One we use here too. When I say we, I mean myself and the imaginary audience. So a door. And some plastic. Nine plastic sheets. Guess what we need to print also? Do I have? Yes, I do. But I shouldn't blow through the entire thing because that would make 100. Yes, it would. Oh, my Samsung phone is currently updating the text-to-speech for Hindi. I don't know why it even does that. Hindi? Oh, a wild YouTube comment appears. Let me just deal with that. A question to the gas mask video, where I stupidly had the gas mask and the fire extinguisher holder on the wall upside down and didn't realize. Anyway, why does the gas mask function the opposite of everything else with its filters? It should be an O2 filter and a CO2 filter to let you inhale O2 and exhale CO2. That's a valid point, though I would have a response to that. Which is... I will just link this video in response here. No. Which is that the filters are supposed to protect you. Wait. The filters decide what is to be removed. What poison do you expect to have? I mean, a real gas mask has like some carbon filter or whatever. Depends, I guess, on the type, because there's not just the gas mask just because it looks the same. Dude, it's for human heads. Human heads are the same, no matter what gas you're dealing with. But gases are different, so I assume that the way they work is actually different depending on, well, things. And so in this case too, the filter is for removing the toxic shit. You breathe in that which remains once the filters have taken out the stuff that you don't want. I mean, the sound department of Rocketworks is really... that's such stellar work what they're doing, right? Hello? I believe we have some Z fighting when it comes to detecting my mouse thing. Actually, is that possibly a bug to report? Let's see. Ah, look at that. I'm pointing, but it doesn't kick. And now it does. And here we have a demonstration of the Z fighting. Screenshot it. And here we have a demonstration of the motherfuck. Why doesn't this work? So I will post these later.
Power low.
Mip, 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 and mip has been done. This is where the chips will be. This is where the computer will be. So no one who is walking out there can... oh, you can actually see the temporary anti-aliasing at work. Can see what I have on my screen. So that works too. Now some more walls here. This one stays open because I will do the flare thing again. because I have a flair for that. 350. 300. Okay, now it's nose diving. And what's in there? The usual stuff, I would say. Like 20% pollutant. And 60% CO2. 40% CO2. 35% pollutant. Some N2O. Well, oxygen is not something I worry about here. And nitrogen, which is nice to have actually. Because some plants want it. Never planted those. Stupid me. Anyway. Okay, we need one window around still. Others can stay here. Then I don't have any more road flares, so let's print those guys. I believe that's here. I would assume that's so basic that the autolathe is the one who does it. It doesn't though. Interesting. I don't wager that's electronics. Is it pipe bender? Am I doing it wrong? Is it? Oh, it's a tool, huh? Road flare. Here we go. That would be 50. I mean, I would possibly never need these guys again. But then again, why not? Oh, because... Oh man. I didn't put a stacker here because the things that I print here, like drill and such, why would I need a stacker for that? Well, because that's why. Uh-oh. That's nice.
Hydration.
I guess at some point I should try to do some video that is just some like 1 or 2 minute long sequences of, you know, stuff like this with some very unexcited ambient music. Do I still need steel over there? No, I do not. What kind of door do I want to make? One that will require actually one glass sheet. And also some plastic. Okay. Door. Karin door. I still have a door, I realize, but it's good to have one in reserve, I think. Oh, right, maybe I should turn off the light here over where the potato is, which is probably already not so happy about what's happening. Oh well, now it has lighting stress. Too much, the light was on for too long, I think. Okay, what do I need to do? Do I have the door with me? I don't think so. Something I can leave behind? Yeah, the smelty gas stuff. I don't need that now. I would like to have another battery. Can we afford one? We can. Can actually afford two, but I will make one. Okay, so install door, which needs power. Oh no, it doesn't. I can use a crowbar. Then toss down the stuff. How many? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Plus we have this empty one here. So let's say... oh, well, I still have this CO2 that can toss down to cool down the station, so maybe 15? Make that 15? Or is it too much? Yeah, let's make that 15. Let's see, has the plant already changed or whatever? Moderately, okay. So, the door, and then that, and then this, and okay. Yeah, I think we have everything. Except I don't have enough flares. Why do I not have enough flares? Where are the 20 flares I had? I remember I tossed some over here, but I thought it was these. Oh. It's very nice that the devs changed the max stack size of this, which was 5, I think. I think now we can stack all of your crates together instead of wasting extra spot. Where are the extra flares? I made so many. Not here. Not here. Definitely not here. This is also impossible. Where did I put those flares? Are they maybe under a locker? That's possible. It's possible that they rolled under the locker. Let's see. They can't? They can't roll under that? Great. I was still in that field, so that spawned the gas in the field, and so the calculation said, okay, let's let everything emerge from the center of the field, I think. But no, that's not where the flares are. Where the fuck are they then? A superfluous problem to have. Where are they? There they are. I found them. Whatever happened there, I don't know. Let's go. It's fascinating. If you have ever programmed a game, or tried to program one, you know that serialization, as in saving the state of the game and later loading the state of the game, is a very tricky thing. Because of all the data involved, all the little aspects, and also because of race conditions. I mean, you're loading all that stuff and then the simulation has to kick off again. In which order and so forth. And they pulled that off for this game. I mean, that's such a complex thing to do. Install door. That is annoying. Yeah, and then one for this one. Okay. I think we're ready. So how many? 15. Should actually only have taken that many, but okay. That spares me from having to toss the last one out of my hand, which is always a bit annoying to have to do. First check, closed, 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 okay. Still smelting stuff, yep. And temperature here? Yeah, it's getting into the realm of why the fuck do I even keep this around? I will not get to this in time, so let's empty it. Man, the frame rate is a little bit low. Let's see if we can do something about that. Okay, settings. Display frames per second. You can see at the right top, very, very small. For the ones who are watching this in 4K, of course, you can easily discern that. It is showing how many milliseconds it takes per frame. 16.6666 something would be just the time for 60 frames per second. So if it takes less time than that, that's good. If it takes more time than that, then the frame rate can only be, well, less than 60, of course. And then we also have the latency, and that checkbox, and I already reported that bug about a month ago, doesn't do anything. And if I turn this on, then it also doesn't do anything. The one checkbox does both of them, so this second one is completely irrelevant. So display FPS and latency or slash latency should be written here, and this one should just be hidden. But that's the 80% Rocketworks implementation, you know. Anyway, so that. Now let's see what we can. Shadows are one of the most demanding things. So it would be kind of a cheat to just say, let's disable shadows. What frames, what do we have then? 27, 28, 29 milliseconds? 16. Stable 60. I guess that's actually less time. Does it actually takes less than 16 milliseconds? I don't know why it's not showing that. I think that should also be considered a bug. Because it's not showing the actual amount, is my take, but it's showing at least, you know, the basically I have VSync activated, and so that's 60 frames at the max, and so when it's at its maximum frame rate, then it will just show me that 1000 milliseconds divided by 60, which is 16. So I will just take a screenshot of this and report that as a bug, because it should show me how long it takes to calculate the frame, and not just, you know, whatever the fuck this is. Okay, but let's turn shadows on to high. That takes a lot. So let's see what happens if we turn the terrain tessellation off. Shouldn't do much on this world, but it does actually. We are at 22. Still 22-ish. Still 22-ish, or let's say 23. High. 20. Aha. Okay, so look at that. It makes a significant difference between medium and high. There's also something the devs said. Let me just find the quote. I think it was Matty from Tesselation. Drop the tessellation down to low. When you increase tessellation, you increase the amount of geometry that gets shadow calculated, which is it's compounding. Tessellation. Somewhere he said explicitly to turn tessellation, and I believe it was shadows down. Ah, yeah, here we go. And shadows to medium or low. And Tesselation? Terrain Tesselation. And someone on Steam about like 2 weeks ago, or 3 maybe, posted a comment where the person had actually experimented and then reported that they are multiplying each other indeed. You know, if you have the tessellation higher and the shadows higher, that will not just be adding, but it will multiplying each other. Obviously, because the terrain is casting shadows. So the more complex the terrain is, even if it's just virtual complexity, so to speak, that still casts shadows. Okay, let's see. Tesselation extreme. 42 fucking frame. But let's turn off the shadows, see what happens. Now we have fast frames, so we cannot actually experiment with that. But let's turn it to extreme and turn tessellation off. Okay, so the shadows are eating more. Okay, let's go with the shadows to high. And then what am I trying to do? I don't want to demonstrate the multiplication here, but let's see what we can do. If I go extreme with the tessellation, we have 40 milliseconds, which is ridiculous. Then on high, we are 27-ish. And on medium, we are at 23-ish. And that is a very strong difference still. And low, it doesn't change anything. And off, it doesn't change anything basically. So if I go to medium, that doesn't change anything. If I go to high, then all of a sudden we will feel that. In other words, let's not feel that. Is that same thing still the case if I go with shadows to medium? Which is already not so beautiful. Let's see. Extreme, 40 milliseconds, or 42. High, 27-ish milliseconds. Medium, 22-ish milliseconds. Low, same. Off, same. So I'm not sure about the multiplication here, but let's just say that I will set tessellation to medium, so we have the greatest benefit with the least impact. Let's say render distance. What if I turn that to lowest? That doesn't do anything. I believe the render distance is actually related to the station and what I'm currently inside of it, so nothing would change because I'm so close to everything. So that's what that is, I guess. Terrain detail. Let's set that to low. It doesn't do anything, so let's keep that high. Then the mineable render distance, that should have very slight impact, I guess. It looks like it is undecided whether to show me numbers or just whatever the fuck that is. That's not helpful, man. Really, they have developed this game for 10 years, and their debugging measure at the right top to show how slow and fast the frame is has not yet been elevated over this rudimentary dog shit? Excuse me. But that's true, what I just said. Now, I can say that I do stuff like that way better, but I must also say I've never pulled off a game like this. Never. Not even remotestly. And so it's really just armchair critique. Because you might say, well, there's certainly time to do such thing. Maybe, but there's a factor in reality that people generally don't consider. And I'm not talking God and apocalypse and that stuff, but about just when you're in a certain flow, then it's not so easy to step from there into one that seems so natural to go here and do that. I mean, it's not a large step, but I think this tight flow that they embedded here to make all this happen is a hindrance to go there, a little bit at least. But still, this is a debugging tool, man. This has priority. That prioritization is certainly bad. Anyway, so mineable render distance, let's set that to high again because I don't really care about those 2 milliseconds. What about medium then? That doesn't make much difference. So let's not go too low because that will be something that pisses me off every single time I go mining. and then I have to change the setting. I'm not gonna go change the setting each time, definitely not. Now let's see shadows. Disabled, turbo fast. Low, 22 already. Okay, let's see what the difference is between disabled and low. Well, disabled is really bad because then the entire lighting of that room over yonder is reflected here. That's bad, so we need at least that. So that is already a high cost. Let's see how much higher this goes. Medium. Just a wee bit. And what's the visual difference? Oh, the visual difference is very strong. So that is a justified step up. So what about high then? We're at 23-ish. Let's go to high. We're still at 23. So that doesn't make much of a difference. But the visual difference is high. So now what's the difference render timing wise to extreme? Oh, none! Oh, then let's leave that at extreme. So it looks like we cannot do much about the frame rate here. What happens if I turn off... The anti-aliasing shouldn't have any impact. Because temporal anti-aliasing compounds between frames instead of costing each frame. I mean, costing a lot each frame. That one's DLAA is a bit more costly, it appears. FXA is cheap again. I think I compared these at some point. Yeah, let's do that again. Let's compare. Here we see the jagged edges of the passive vent here between the gray and the white. This is still jaggedy, ugly. This is, I believe, the one I had before, or was it FXA? I don't remember. Then we have this one that seems to be smoother. Then we have this one, which I'm not sure if that's smoother or less smooth. And then we have this one. Okay, it's a matter of taste thing. Let's look at the left side then. Turn off. Okay, let's look at this stuff then. Something is anti-aliased, some things are not. I don't know. Anyway, so that's that. Nothing more I'm going to do here. Maybe it has gotten slightly better, but it's still not full 60 frames. But I mean, look at this fucking game. And at 4K also. So this has to burn out, and then we can open the wall and the other wall. How is the plant doing? Moderately well. So then we want to put up the computer. And also the editor motherboard. And the battery. Right, I need a frame for this. The frame cheat. Close your ears. Five cables. Should print some heavy cables. Did I print the housing yet? I think not. Huh, okay. I realized the frame rate is high again. Why? The flares have burned out. I didn't even consider that. Of course the flares are eating frame rate. Look at this. Smooth. And maybe I should turn off the display at the top. Cool, so we actually had an opportunity. So when you want to do such a thing, when you want to adjust your frame rate, you can toss down some flares which will kill your frame rate. Then you go here, which pauses the game but still renders it visually, and then you toy with the settings. And it seems like Tesselation had the greatest impact indeed, setting it to medium instead of high. Of course it depends on graphics card. What is it that I have? Maybe I should actually say that. I have, I believe, I don't want to misinform, an NVIDIA RTX 3070. I'm just checking. System information in the NVIDIA control panel. I have an NVIDIA Geforce RTX 3070. Yep, like I said. So your mileage may vary. Housing needs more copper. I'm sure I have a lot of copper lying around. And now it's time to do the festivities of breaking everything open.
Power critical. Temperature critical. Temperature low.
16 degrees. So like I anticipated, the overall station temperature would rise a little bit because I used 15 flares instead of only like 13. So it's basically still the same. Now you know what stunt I was talking about in the previous episode. I mean, I was talking about a stunt that I did in the previous episode, because that was the same thing. Moderately well. I think this has now had enough darkness. I think potatoes don't need that long a darkness. Let's see, 3 minutes, right? Num 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 num. Darkness per day, 3 minutes 20 seconds. That was 3 minutes 20 seconds, yes? I think so. Not entirely sure, so bucket. Fuck it in a bucket. Here we go, the little logic room. And of course we will make use of the new icy housing thing that we have been having for a month since the terrain update was out, or on beta slightly longer, which connects only on one side. I don't want to plaster the entire wall full of ICs. Also that wouldn't really work because, oh, would it? Oh, that would actually work. Huh. But let's see how many that would be. That's 8, that's 8. 16 times 50 is 8 times 100, so that would be 8,000 watts. Wait, really? No, 800 watts, 800 watts. 1, 2, so 100, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, yeah, 800 watts. Actually, it's feasible. I just don't know what I would use all those chips for. So I can just put more chips up here, and above here we can have cables, and then we can have signs that talk about these and remind us, like you have to do this thing still, and it's about not the worst idea. Wait, that's correct. How many small cables do I have? 25. I should have some more small cables. Also, I will now burn through some of those. How do we get power in here? Oh, very straightforward. Oh, still have to remove some. Protect your ears, fellow stationeers, from this rhyme, which is only worth a dime. So, cables. Oh. Yeah, it's a bit nasty that the devs didn't implement a sound for when your power has actually run out. Because sometimes you might just not realize it, and at some point the heavy breathing starts and so forth. But I think they should keep it like this, because that's I wouldn't say a skill issue. I don't want to be elitist about this. And I also don't want to say, I am the elite, I'm pretty good at this, but I'm not, that's not what I'm saying. I still have to do a proper Venus run. And there are people who can actually play Venus on Stationeers difficulty, Stationeer difficulty, with brutal start. And that just seems impossible to me. Absolutely. Anyway, what did I want to say? I don't want to be elitist about this, but I think it's a good thing that there's still some modicum of puzzling involved here and there. I should make some more cables. I think I have tons of copper somewhere, but where? I remember that where did I put all those ingots, man? Where did I put all those ingots? There's one, okay. But I'm sure there were more. Did I burn through all of these already? 20 grams? 50 grams? 35? And 0, obviously. Yeah, I guess I have to indeed smelt some more copper. Let's not do that right away. But first set up the logic. Because we are so... Motherfucker. We are so close to having logic, for example, for the arc furnace. What computer do we use? The big one? And floor mounted or wall mounted? No, it must be floor mounted, since otherwise I should have used a metal wall here, I think. So that's the floor computer, which is now sticking out of the wall. And congratulations, Rocketworks, you did it again. So we have to leave this big gap here. Not sure. I could also use this one. It's a stylistic choice. I think I will use a small one actually. Because it feels more like, well, let me just step over to my little terminal and change the program. Instead of, well, the big television, it can also show programs, which is the big television doing, which the big television in front of me is doing. Which, there, I just touched it. 50-inch TV, 49, that I'm using as my computer screen. At that distance. Yes, I'm crazy. So, this one or that one, though? I think this one looks this weird. This one is like an old Apple computer. Not that I'm shitting on the shoulders of giants that we are standing on, you know. But that's not what I want here. So this one is it. I think this game is just unknown in the world. Right? I mean, of course you find it on Google, and it is suggested as a potential game when you are uploading a video and you're being asked for what game is this, if it's a game. So you can enter the word station, and then Stationeers will not show up. But you can enter the word statio without an N, and then it will show up. And you can enter the word stationeer with one E, and then Stationeers will show up. And I don't know what the fuck YouTube is doing, but I mean, how would I implement such a filter? Simple. You enter a text, and all words that have that text within them will be listed. Unfathomable, I know. No, instead we need to make it so complex that the user cannot expect behavior. Motherfuckers. So, filtration, I see housing. I should give this one a name. What does this one do? Ah, right, I should... wonder, should I have a... Yes, I should. A locker. Maybe a full-scale locker is a bit overkill, but let's make one, because I don't know yet what to do exactly. And of course we need a light, and I think it should be a particularly small one to really drive home the point that it is just a little shed to the side where we occasionally go to do things, and the light should be basically in the middle of the room, but I think that will not drive with the locker. Should I just maybe just center the locker? Yeah, let's do that. But no, I will first see how bad that would be, and then I center the locker. So now we need a light. "26 cables, heavy cables." Okay, so we have the diode slide, which is only lit, but it's not lighting anything, and that's probably intentional. Then we have the LED, whose colors we can actually decide, and which lights the surrounding environment, but very weakly so. It uses only 25 watts, whereas all the rest of the lights, I don't know the diode slide, but all the others that are really lighting the room, they light in the same amount, I'm pretty sure, at least when it comes to local, but I'm not entirely certain about that. Might be that the reach is longer, or is probably how far you can see them when you're just walking out there in the terrain. I've heard stuff like that, but I'm not sure. Maybe that has changed. Anyway, they use 50 watts. This one uses 25. I could use an LED here, because then I could look from afar here and see, oh, the color is now red or green or blue or whatever, because a certain type of error condition is happening and I need to deal with it. Then I go into the room and deal with it. That's a possibility. So let's see how well we would fare with that kind of lighting in here. Whoa, that is very little. That's too little, man. I mean, the idea with the color LED is good for error reporting, but no thanks. Then there's this one, which gives enough light, and this looks so drastic, as if, okay, now I'm getting my bucket and my paint roll and I'm painting everything, and while I'm doing that I need some light, and that's what that one looks like in this context, I think. Like I'm currently renovating the room. So what else do we have? Let's take this one. Maybe the central placement is itself the problem. Angle. Oh, I guess I constructed it incorrectly. It looks like the lighting is just the same in all directions, but it's constructed like this and casts a shadow. Is that really the difference? Yeah, the locker is pretty well lit. But this looks again like I'm trying to renovate the room. Or what this one then? That's the one with the battery. Oh, this is nice. It's not so brutally bright. I wonder, let's look at the locker. Here we can see the row of stuff, and here we can see the row of stuff, and this row is exactly, well, almost exactly not lit. What if I turn this one around? Can I even? Let's prepare for that experiment. What? That didn't work the first time. Weird. Anyway, so, no. Exactly the same. Even though I think it shouldn't be the same. But it is. It's less bright. We could... That's fine. It gives exactly the kind of feeling that I wanted here. Do I want it in that place, though? Yeah, let's leave it like this. Exactly like this. What about the locker? Now it's fully lit. Okay, and what is this? Well, there could be something in this corner that I currently don't care about. Maybe we could just keep some kind of canister or tank here. Like this one. Which I actually wanted to put in the other room. In the,
Hydration critical.
greenhouse. Oh, greenhouse. Yeah, of course. Driving towards fruiting. Okay. Things are looking good. I didn't even check the water. Water temperature. 11 degrees is a bit cold, maybe. I don't know how that is with plants. Is that even written here somewhere? Gases. Water usage. The amount of water it uses. Grow temperature. The ideal grow temperature. Pressure. Light per day. Time until toxin damage. No, the water temperature is not written here. So I guess it just behaves the same like with the breathing gas, you know? Less than 0 and more than 50, you get a warning, because I believe there's a tooltip warning. How much water do we have in there? So maybe it's also 0 and 50 degrees. But there's definitely enough water in there. Alrighty. Feels a bit iffy that these are only these thin walls, but these walls are the same. I mean, everything here is like one little mistake away from total death everywhere. And that's reckless. But okay, that's not the current concern. Current concern is... Yeah, I wanted to make the locker here actually because at least one thing should be there. This thing. And then we can rename this one to everything. MISC code for now. Yeah, this is pretty cool that this is now working with the mouse. What's not cool is that on every cable network change or when you load the save game, this drop-down selection changes every time. And I think a good solution for that would be that whenever you export something to a chip, that chip becomes connected to the selection here somewhere, somehow, or to the housing. At least from the perspective of this logic motherboard, from the editor motherboard. And so if it's not yet connected, so to speak, with that, not associated with that, and you click export, it will ask you, are you sure? And otherwise it will just export. And when you import, maybe the same, I don't know. Oh look, we can see the temporal anti-aliasing in action here with the arrow as it flips. Alright, we can program now and run everything automated. Let's see if we can automate the arc furnace. That would be one of the first things I'm interested in. And then we go for daylight. Edit. So, once again, define arc for the arc furnace or whatever word I put here, doesn't matter. I tend to use this kind of stuff, arc, outdoor, left side, you know, whatever. I'm trying to demonstrate I'm using this word and that word and this word separated like this instead of going arc, outdoor, left side or something, because the this upper camel case here, which is the name of this, or so at least one of the names of this, a camel case is just starts with a lower character, and every word then starts with an uppercase character. But this upper camel case is the words style is being used here. So we have a non-zero probability of collisions. But if I just go like this, then the probability of collisions is 0. That's why I do this. Arc hash structure always starts with structure. Arc furnace start yield, because it can only execute 128 lines, not just enters loop, okay, not just statements. It doesn't skip those. I mean, Rocket recently said he would look into possibly ignoring empty comment lines and empty lines, so that this would not also count to the 128 counter. But that hasn't happened yet, so it's indeed lines. So every step here counts to the 128, after which the game will force a yield, because it's a game after all. So this here is part of the simulation, so it will only execute 128 of these, and then it will force a yield. So I just yield voluntarily, because then I'm in control of this. Also, why should I burn the processor for no reason? Because when I set something to a device and say, hey device, do some stuff, the device will not do that stuff unless I wait for the next game tick. So if I set something here, then I cannot expect it to have happened here. But I cannot expect it to have happened after one yield has taken place. So such a yield just belongs in the main loop, I would say. Now let's load into... I can also name the arc furnace and do load batch named, but I don't want to do that, so let's... because how many arc furnaces do I have? Load batch into R0 from any and all arc furnaces. The information that I want... oh, load batch slot actually. From slot 0, which is the input slot. What I do want to know is if it's occupied, and since I'm reading from multiple devices, potentially, I mean it's the multiple device reading command, I must tell the computer what it should do if there are multiple, and I'm saying whatever value you get there, just add them up and then give me the sum of them. I'm using sum and not average like most people for whatever, in my opinion, stupid reason do, because not only is it less typing, and this is just an extra word that I have to type because I don't I don't want this here. I just want to read a value from the thing. That I'm using the load batch is just a side effect, so I have to type this also. But also, if there are now multiple, and I have not considered that in my development here, then the values will be so very out of whack that that they will probably cause a situation that I will become aware of. Whereas this might run for a long time without me noticing that something is completely fucked up. So, there's some reason. Now we have that, and then I write a badge to any and all arc furnaces. They should be on when there's something in there. And while we're at it, activate, and that's the entire activate the entire arc furnace logic. Export, turn off because it uses 200 watts, which means that I should have a sensor that in this case could actually read that I'm inside the room, you know, read the room, haha, instead of being a proximity sensor behind that I set to a value of 1 meter or whatever. So that's a good idea. That's the next thing I do, yep. Always drink a tiny sip first to nullify the heavy breathing and health decrease effect. The heavy breathing has some delays, so that's why it feels as if that didn't actually stop it immediately, but it was stopped immediately, in principle. Okay. 4 cereal bars. And since I've now talked and programmed the whole time, that was enough, was more than 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and we're here already. We have a potato. Soon enough. And maybe it has grown well enough that we will get 2, so I can eat 1 right away. For that, I should set up the kitchen stuffs. I could do that in here, actually. Why not? I mean, out here it would be kind of misplaced. This looks like engineering, and it's good to keep things a bit separate. Why not? Normally don't do that. Tables. Yeah, little Johnny tables. This is where the food is. And I will use the standard kitchenette for a more kitchen-like feeling. And while we have this stuff here, I want to print the chemistry station, which allows us to produce pills, which I have thankfully not needed yet in this playthrough. For that we need cobalt and silver, and we need fern, which I don't have, but the kitchenette looks a bit one-sided, you know? Or should I print a table lamp and put that here? So that there's always a tiny light going off in there? That's also an option. Maybe I should do that. Or I could put a table dock in there, which charges the battery of a dedicated tablet that is useful for investigating the plants. Yep. I cannot print a tablet here because I think that's the 2 hour. I can. So yeah, because I have the solar. Good, great, nice. Then I will use one of those batteries. Actually, I should print some large batteries. Yeah. And also the manufacturing mods, of course. And then get a heavy mining drill. And a better tool belt, and so forth, and so forth. So that goes over there. Then another tablet. Then the plant analyzer cartridge. And I don't know how full the hydroponics crate is when we land. I think it's full actually, but if it weren't, hey, I want to test something. Will this thing be on when it's in the tablet stand? But it would be cool if we would have the plant analyzer cartridge in that hydroponics thing, because so many beginners run into that problem. My plants are dying, how does this work? And the answer on the forums, basically from everybody, except if someone has said that already, is print the plant analyzer cartridge. It will tell you what's wrong. It will tell you that the plants probably have too much light. First the plants, and then the eating, in this order. Now we need to power this. Why you no have power? Dude. I thought I had so much copper, man. Anyway. Okay, the tablet is not showing anything. Let's see if that is normal. Here we have this tablet. We can see here that the Atmos tablet actually keeps measuring the room and it keeps updating. And not that we can see this here. Currently everything is stable, so we don't see any change. And really, I would like there to be an option somehow to have the content of this right here. Because then we would have a sense of smell in the game. And more immersion. And it would feel more alive, and we would participate more in the simulation of the gases around us. But alas. Okay, what happens if I take out the battery from this one? Aha, so that's a normal thing. So will this one show us content when there's a battery in there, inside? Yes, it will.
Power low.
Hey, what the fuck am I doing? I forgot to turn on the table. Ah, still. The tablet needs a battery inside, else it doesn't do anything. I wish that were different. Why does it need a battery? Why do I have a battery in there? I mean, it's like saying the area power controller cannot let any power through unless there's a battery inside that can also be charged. Why? Anyway. I was talking about printing batteries. This needs all the copper that I have and quite a lot of gold. I have some gold still, and more large batteries are certainly required. How much copper though do I have to possibly smelt? This is only for steel. This has 1 copper in it, I mean 1 stack. And here we have what? Nothing. Okay, time to check out the arc furnace. Does it automatically start? Actually, does it automatically turn on and off? Apparently it does. Excuse me? Did I program that wrong? Did I accidentally say 0 instead of R0? To the programming machine! And I need 2 sensors. Why? Because I want to put a light in there that's automatic. And also the one in the computer room. Yeah, I should have to turn the computer on and off. Censorship. 3 iron. No. Yep, 0. That was stupid. Writing to filtration, thank you. Here we go. Okay, so now we can install the chute system. So in the future we can just toss whatever we want in the arc furnace into some chute inlet, for which I had printed all those chutes, by the way. Where shall the outlet be? The inlet. Well, this is where I'm operating and thinking and doing stuff and playing with the windows of my containers, and so it would be cool if I could just run over here and then toss whatever I want to smelt right in here. Here we go, the chute inlet. That looks neat. And so it shall be. That took quite a while. I mean, the station pressure is a bit too high. The plants also don't like that, at least the potato. I'm not familiar with so many other plants. This can be closed, because imagine me forgetting that. This is closed too, because imagine me forgetting that. And, okay. Now we have to somehow worm ourselves from there to here. I will use window chutes. The arc... Wait, what? The arc furnace is in the way in this place? Dude, this is not necessary. Screenshot. Well, as long as no one reports it, there's basically zero hope that they change this. And I would even call it fixed, because visually there's no reason. I mean, here I would get, here I would get, but here, no. The arc furnace is currently not doing anything, and is also not named. Ah, but that was unnecessary. I already saw that earlier. We can see the box here. That's the bounding box that it has. Crap. But maybe something can be done. Can't hurt to report it. Yeah, so that doesn't fly. Then I have to go all the way around. Where's the corner? Corner, corner, corner. What? Did I overlook this corner? And now straight chutes. But, I mean, with a window. I want the windowed ones. Here we need a corner. By the way, there's also an object in the game for the creative mode, which most people know, and that is the authoring wand, the authoring tool. And that allows you to, I mean, if in creative mode you press a key to get a menu to select what it is that you want to conjure. And in that menu then you can click one button to select this is henceforth the thing that I would conjure. and you can press another button that would instead not select that for this, but would instead conjure it right away. But let's say you have selected something, then you can press the right mouse button while holding the authoring tool and just make that, as long as it's building material. It doesn't work for items that would be spawned. And if something like a frame is not yet built fully, you can just click on it and then it will be built fully. And if you keep clicking, there will be a slow progress bar then, which unbuilds it, goes back to its basic state. And you can also delete something, and you can also copy something. At least you can like sample it, like in a paint program. When you say, okay, this color is I want to use, so I will just click on that. Aha, now I have the color, now I can paint with that color. So that's what you can do here too. And that's what's began this whole rant. What I'm saying is, if you are holding something that is a shooter or whatever, a stack thing, there should be a button that allows you to sample a thing in the world, as long as that's a compatible thing.
Air tank low.
A thing off the stack, that's what I'm saying. And then that will be the selection. Do you agree? Yes, you do. Good. Okay. I have taken a screenshot. No idea if I will remember this when it's later time to report this. So, no, what am I saying? It's not a report, that would be a suggestion, and the devs are not exactly running around in the suggestion forum, is my impression. Alrighty. Here we go, automated, yeah. Okay, so the arc furnace, which was really 3 lines of code, plus this one where I defined the name, which was not necessary. I could have just said hash every time, but that would also burden the game with having to... I don't think they actually cache the hash. Bash the fash, cache the hash, lol, lil, lol. Oh, you an Antifa guy? No, I'm an anti-Antifa guy, actually. Anyway, because I like truth, and it's not like that a label that they're giving themselves is the truth. So there was a reminder just now. I have to see what that is about. One second, please. Ah, yeah, I still have to take in the free games from the Epic Store and from Amazon Games this week. Tomorrow is a new cycle, I believe. Shouldn't miss that. Actually, no, not tomorrow. So let's set that for 5 p.m. today. And yes, I have to make sure that I pay $110 for whatever I so desire, because I got a credit card with 50 euros starter money, and that is what I got. And yeah. Actually, the story is a bit more complex, so forget what I just said, or at least half of it. Next step is to... okay, the arc furnace is programmed now. I guess I should turn off the light here again. And then I guess it's time... Oh, this will create 2 potatoes. Wait, what? Thriving towards seeding. We have potatoes. Okay. And the other one I will not touch, because then the plant is gone. This increases the nutritional value. So, how much food did we have left? 4 cereal bars. And I ate, I think, like 2, maybe 3, but I think it was 2 only, cereal bars while the plant was growing. So, yeah, looking good. I should also have a fridge in here. And thankfully, on Europa, that's a very easy thing to implement. Fridge. Fridge small. The large one needs power, the small one doesn't. The small one needs something like Europa air, for example, and we happen to have that because the... So that would be meaningful to place right here. So potato in 4 human real-world hours, like my hours, it would be dead. And that hasn't... Oh, that has changed? Why does it change? Dude, this thing has not yet been cabled up, man. This is just a box. Let's measure the climate in there. Fridge small, there's nothing in it. Oh, that's what it is. It counts as vacuum. And vacuum is... I thought vacuum was a particularly fast food destructive thingy. Anyway, let's put a pipe on this one then. Yeah, what I really don't like about this fridge is that if I put a pipe on this thing that is closed, and then I put some gas in there, okay, yeah, and then some radiators and so forth, so like it can cool down on the moon, right? But the pipes that I put on there are insulated pipes, so nothing is actually being connected. And then I put on radiators, which in turn then lets the pipe connect. So that's normal and that's okay, and I'm fine with that. And then I remove these radiators. Then we only have that insulated pipe. That pipe then being responsible for cooling the fridge. But shouldn't the pipe eventually get warmer? It doesn't. That wasn't the wisest approach because I cannot see where the fridge is. Plants. Table. Ah, there is the fridge. So let's see what's going on now. That we have super cold oxygen in there. A home away from home. What? Now it's saying 6 hours? So with vacuum, I had... That was better? What the fuck? Maybe you can tell I'm taking screenshots. So let's remove that then and see if that's better. No, it's 6 hours now. What does the fridge say as to its content? Oh, now there's oxygen there, But okay, let's just set it up again then, because I think that should reset the fridge basically, huh? Nothing in there, okay. 7 hours. Dude. That's stupid. Man, that is motherfucking immersion breaking as fuck. You know, what these guys would do who say, well, the furnace is best put into a box with 110 kilopascals pressure, so that it stays as hot as it can, or maybe inside a frame, and so forth, and then they're being operated from outside or something, which is fine, I guess, if it's not like just sticking out the wall or something. I don't know, okay, anyway, they would now remove the pipe because it makes the potato last longer. Hey, let's look at the plant, by the way. Growth efficiency is super high. Bit of illumination stress. Illumination stress, yeah. Okay. I know, let's leave that open so the potato fumes can escape the microwave a bit. Okay.
Hydration critical.
And something to drink. How many liters had we? Before I started gathering all that water, I think we had 64. Now we have 67. Okay, what is the next step? I would say let's print the mods. Electronic printer mod needs Constantin. Do I have that? Oh, I have Constantin. Weird. Weird, weird. Right, so this one would be a good thing to control so it doesn't destroy my canister when I stick it in. And the oxygen is low currently, so that's right on cue. But do I want to program that from over here or from a chip that is in here? A chip that is in here would make more sense. Also, that would allow us to find out whether that chip consumes any power. I will just turn off any, well, changes that are going on in here. And when did I turn that off? And then we can just look here. So another IC10 then. Oh, that's weird. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, speaking of which, we could decorate this bitch a bit. But first, are the cables proper? This one is fine. We could maybe make the airlock. Or should I actually upgrade it with large powered vents? That is feasible. We have this entire wall free, which I will leave free. I want to see the station. This one and this one would be the large powered vent. Here I can have a pipe that goes here to the indoors, and here I can have a pipe that goes here to the outdoors with a passive vent. I also have to think about cooling, but as long as I have this dude, I mean, let's see what happens if I... Okay, that's just melted in my hand, not in my mouth. I'm not sure if that did anything. I don't want to toss all of them down, maybe that's too much. So let's do that. Oh, this will actually liquefy.
Temperature low. Temperature low.
In-world liquids. Glorious. But it's CO2, it will be gone soon. And now the temperature is 9 degrees. So from 17 degrees, we lowered the station temperature down to 9 degrees with, I don't know how many that was. Was it 27 or was it 17 liquid CO2? And I guess the plant is not too happy about that one. But I don't care too much. Right, so cooling, yeah, I mean, achieving cooling is pretty easy here on Vulcan. What? On Vulcan? Next thing was an IC10. To see if there's any difference. So then I will turn this thing on, which will immediately consume 10 watts. Or will it consume more? I mean, the filtration needs 10 watts. But shouldn't that be a bit more when it's actually doing work? Confusing that a machine so powerful, I mean, the pumps would explode your canisters. There's no limit, basically, to the power of this device. Would consume only 10 watts. Alright, so now we have a consumption of 800... Oh, why is this changing? Do you see that? What is happening? This one doesn't have a consumer. This one doesn't have a consumer. I mean, the temperature in here does not discharge any batteries, but my suspicion is that the battery chargers are indeed responsible for that, so let's take a look. 700... No. Something else is causing this. What could it be? Could it be the computer that I left on like an idiot? Or the chip? No. Then I suspect it's the arc furnace, but... Oh, the arc furnace, whenever you press the activator... No, what am I saying? The arc furnace is currently off. There's nothing inside of it. What is consuming the power like this? Dude! A mystery. Well, it wouldn't be so wise to... whatever. Aha! We found the culprit. But which one was it? The grow light? No! The battery charger. It's the table, with the table stand. Yep. So let's see if that's indeed so. Yep. The tablet, the battery being charged in the tablet. So the battery in the tablet is being discharged by the tablet. And whenever it is discharged, the charger will kick in and will consume a little, some watts, you know? Which allows us, for the first time ever, I guess, to see how much this guy actually consumes when a battery is being charged. $50 watts. Actually, huh? Why is it sometimes 570? Weird. Anyway, that's the problem, and I want to make a measurement here, so... Shut off, please. Okay, we have seed, actually. 1 potato seeds. Where's the chip? Here it is. So we now have a constant consumption of 550 watts. That is not changing. There is liquid in the pipe? Okay. Unexpected. That's probably pollutant, huh? Yep. But still, am I stupid? Dude, what's happening? This guy is sucking from the pipe. Yet in the pipe... Oh, right. Oh, of course, the station pressure. This guy cannot increase the pressure around it more than 101 kilopascals. We have 120. It cannot suck the pipe empty at all. Huh. Yeah, so instead of putting the passive liquid drain on this one... Huh. Maybe we want to lower the station pressure a bit. Not something I have to do now, okay. I just wanted to make sure that we don't have too much in here, that we will have too much in there. 20 megapascals plus 10 megapascals is 30. Yeah. I mean, it's 14, but still. Okay, so that's fine. Then now we can do the experiment. What is with the power? 550, 650, 550 watts stable. Now let's turn on the filtration unit. For 660, that's 110 watts. So I guess the 10 watt... Oh, now it's 560 watts. Why? Because I assume there's nothing more that can be sucked. Yep, the entire gas is gone, so it has been pumped into the station. So this guy also doesn't care about the 120 kilopascals in here. There's nothing more in there. Now you might ask, where did the liquid go? But as seasoned stationeers, you of course know where it went. The filtration unit didn't grab it, but if there's no pressure in there, the liquid will evaporate. And that evaporated stuff, that was sucked then by the filtration unit. Anyway, so I think we have learned something. The filtration unit, or yeah, I have learned something at least. The filtration unit, it uses 10 watts. We can see here it's 560. If I turn that off, it's 550. But when it's actually doing filtration stuff, then it consumes 100 watts plus the 10 basic watts. So 110 watts. And if I switch the mode to 0, which I can do with the chip, for example, or with an external chip, it doesn't really matter where the chip is placed, out there or in here, or vice versa. I can control from this chip here other devices, no problem. There will be... that will also probably still consume 10 watts because the device is on, but it will not do any filtration magic stuff. Actually, this thing shouldn't be making this sound at this point, because this sound is the sound of the filtration engine doing engine stuff. And when the mode is set to 0, then it will not do that. But mode 0 and nothing being here, that should have the same sound. Why? Because currently it's not consuming any filtration stuff's power. Why then is it making the filtration stuff's sound? Anyway, okay, now we have here 560 watts. Let's put the chip in. Aha! So the chip doesn't consume anything in here. Nothing whatsoever. Okay, let's switch the mode off. In the filtration unit, indeed. Start, yield, jump start. And since this is the base device in which the chip is housed, I can just say SDB mode 0. Now it's quiet, and that's exactly the sound I believe it should make when there's no gas to be sucked anymore. Because this high power sound that it makes should consume high power electricity. That should be synonymous. Interesting. Hopefully I don't forget to report this. You know what? I'm gonna try to report all the things right now. Pause. Alrighty, I just reported all the bugs. For example, this checkbox should not be there. Not for example, I will just tell you all of them. So, the filtration unit sound bug with the power consumption going down, but the sound not going down. the small fridge bug, where you just put on up the naked fridge and it already cools for whatever weird reason, and it's better than the EUROPA air. I mean, it should just have no effect, man. Then the arc furnace, well, that's just a suggestion that I put in the bug channel anyway, because the arc furnace should not obstruct the chute, but I didn't post it as, hey, this is a bug, you know. And then the FPS display box, so the checkbox should rather not be there, and when we're at 60 frames or more, I mean, whatever, the VSync should not stand in the way of the actual frame render duration being displayed correctly, you know. And that should be 2 strings printed up there instead of 1, because since it's 1, we have this string width problem, which makes it hard to discern what is being written there, because one number is shorter now, the other one is then jumping around as fuck. And finally, the window Z-fighting hoverbox thing, where the window could not easily be built, with screenshots and all. Okay, let's continue. Where were we? Now we know that we can program this guy. And I want to actually fill up my tank here. I think I should have some kind of safety measure here that would allow to remove the gas that is on this side and just pump that into the room. What could I use for this? I could use a passive vent, but that would have to be connected to something that decides that stuff shall now be removed. I don't know how sophisticated I want to make this thing right now. Not very, actually. But, you know, I mean, just coming here, la la la, sticking it in, and then kaboom, things explode. I mean, I guess there was a joke there that I missed to make. Anyway. Oh, there should be a battery up there. Beep. Pop. Right, so how much copper do we have? Not too much, but it should be enough for the thing I want to do, and the thing I want to do is print music. Why do you do this to me? Oh, that's interesting. Some large batteries, let's say 2 of them. That's not too much I asked, is it? How many can we make? Not 2 actually, I need more copper.
Power low.
That's enough for 3 of them. Huh. Should I? Let's see how much copper we still have after that. We have 50 gold, 50 gold. Yeah. So, a deep miner drill? Yes, what do you want from me? I give you a battery. Yes, thank you. Should we make 3? Yeah, let's make 3, whatever. And then where do I put the other ones? This gap. No? We want to walk up to the developers and say, mind the gap! I didn't yet make the suggestion with the sampling of existing stuff with the chutes as an example and so forth, because suggestions, who gives a fuck, you know? They're not reading it really. But the bug reports, I made all of them, yes, haha. Anyway, so what could happen here? Basically nothing. Nothing could happen here except if I use smart canisters all of a sudden. Yeah, that's a concern. Then I think the solution is to make another passive vent, but one that has a lever. So I can just put this here and close it, and then when I switch canisters I can do something manually. You will be switched off, and I turn you on. Passive vent. Beep bop. And so we have this one that goes through the wall. No, this one. And that would not be the right thing right now. And then we have this one with a lever. And we have this one that is on the floor. So let's put this one here. It is closed. This will increase the volume, pipe volume to 110, I believe. Currently we're at 10. Then again, what influence does this pipe have that I just put there? 110, aha, okay, so that's still a 10-liter pipe. Interesting. Well, it's a small grid box, so it doesn't matter how many little noses are there, it counts as 10 liters. Not that this is realistic, but I guess that's the logic. And so I could just release that into the room. And that's not the right move, I realize, because now we have more stuff in here than just oxygen. Damn. Oh yeah, even pollutant. Ah, shit. Okay, so we do need a pump here to empty that out. Or actually, no. An active vent. What am I doing? An active vent is the way to go for this. It's the best way to empty this thing quickly. Okay, active vent then.
Hunger caution.
More cables. Basically, now that the power measurement is over, we can print the rest of the modifications. First one, tool manufacturing. So that I get a bigger belt here and here too. So that is connected. Now we can empty this out, pumping into the room. Excuse me? Oh, right. God damn it. This stupid shit. Well, there's a solution for that. Once I have the advanced belt, I will not have to fetch this guy from here. So this guy gets a name. AV active vent filter can evac. Or just vent. Of course it's an active vent. So it just vent. Filter can evac. It can evac? Nah, this looks like bastard. Mix. Okay. Alright, let's see who is done first. Me changing this or... So... no auto repeat for the keyboard when moves. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's interesting. Look, when I'm here and press... when I'm here and press downwards. I'm still pressing downwards, nothing's happening. When I'm here and press rightwards, it does that. So, when I'm here and press downwards, it does that. Hash. Yeah, I was talking about my perception in the first episode, which is very awake. And I'm only becoming more aware. So I'm aging, right? What will happen? What will happen in 10, 20, 30 years when I should be on the decline? My take is, I will only keep getting better. Of course you think that I'm insane for believing such a thing, but I'm believing it within the confines of not making any hard decisions around it. But, you know, anyway, time will tell. Define vent. With all that extra talk, that of course was not in time. Then I would say, since I definitely crave the large powered vents, the next one is the pipe bender. I mean, I want to do all of them, but I'm prioritizing in case the resources are not enough, time's not enough, blah 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 blah. Like an astronaut would. Behold my astronaut would. Define vent. Build can evac. Build can evac. Vent hash structure active vent. Oh, come on. Alright, now the next thing that I do is write batch named to the active vent with this name that it's pressure inside, external. Ah yeah, so yeah, external, that's the one actually. External shall be set to, well, unlimited, because if I am indeed at 180 kilopascals and the station walls are about to break out or something, then I have different concerns. So this is not the front on which to tackle such a thing. This is the front on which to tackle potential canister explosions. So let's go to like 100 megapascals. This is a kilopascal, 1,000 kilos, 1,000 is a million, so this is a megapascal, so here 1 to 300, or I mean 100, and so forth. So, export. That has to be done too, yeah. Now I should be able to pump that away. And I am. I mean, I am able to pump this. Okay, now I want to make sure that the filtration unit will not ever pipe this higher than whatever. Actually, I could use this as an emergency thing. Let's immediately test that. And finally, the auto lathe printer mod. Cool. So I want to fill this up as fuck, and if the pressure in here is ever higher than this guy can take, and what does the word this guy mean? Well, I'm just looking for the most reasonable way to cable this. I guess this is it. Could have used the seating too, but okay. This guy also needs a name. I could focus the names on the device that I'm building here, or I could focus the names on the device type. You know, like making directories on your computer. What is the structure that you choose? You know. And I don't know. It's pretty arbitrary, I guess. Store filled can. Well, it's clear that it's a canister. What else would be in a store? So, store filled. Not too happy with that name. I mean, filled can evac. Let's rename that. O2 station vent filter can evac.
Hunger critical.
Vent O2 station filled can evac. Oh, shit. Growing poorly, there's probably some Light stress, huh? Dark deficient. Yeah, I done goofed. Yeah, that's one of the next things I have to do. The clock. Maybe that's the thing I should do right now, as this shit has happened, so they're stressed anyway. So the asynchronicity of timing introduced by me just starting the clock all of a sudden is one that I can just pile onto this shit show that's happening right there. How do I do this then? This has been exported. Now we need a clock. Currently the thing is off, and it should be off, but the next thing it should be is on. I've paused this, have I? No, I will not pause this. Alias R15, which is the highest register I have available, but one that I'm unlikely to use because I always start with 0, 1 and so forth for temporary stuff. Shall be, what is that? That is growly on. The grow light shall be on. Growly done. I don't know if I need it like this, but I'm pretty sure that at some point I will write batch named to any and all grow lights that they shall be on. And if I do that up here, the hash only has to be devised once. Too bad the game probably doesn't cache them. Structure grow lights. So write batch to any and all grow lights. They shall be on, depending on what this register says. Now I need a counter, alias growly counter, R14. And I will subtract into the grow light counter from the grow light counter 1. Excuse me. Now I want to select then a branch if greater than 0. If the grow light counter is greater than 0, then I want to jump here. But if it has reached 0, what the fuck? Then I want to do additional logic, which is I want to flip the switch. So have sex SEQZ, that's another little Eselsbrücke, way to remember this. So if this one is equal to 0, then that's true, and true means 1. So 0 becomes 1. If this is equal to 0, not because it is currently 1, then that's not true, so that is false. So 1 becomes 0. So just have sex, and then it works. Then I will select into the grow light counter a new value based upon whether the grow light should be on or not. If the grow light should be on, then the duration shall be 1400, else it shall be 1000. I'm not sure if that's entirely true. Let's calculate again. We have a 20-minute cycle, 20-minute cycle, 20-minute cycle. 20 minutes. 20 minutes, right? Yeah. Overall, it needs to be 20 minutes, and 20 minutes is 20 times 60, which is 2,400. No, that's not true. It's 1,200. 20 times 60 is 1,200, but it's 2,400 because a game tick is half a second. So 2,400 should be the sum. We have 2,400, and the time that it should be lit should definitely be longer than the time that should be dark. Let's see, 600 is 600 seconds. No, it's 300 seconds. 300 seconds is 5 minutes. So since there will be genetic drift, if I just go for 1,800 and 600, I will be harvesting potatoes enough with this. This together is 2,400, so we have it. The grow light will be set to whatever this register says. And at the beginning it is 0. Currently the light is off. The counter though is also 0. So what's happening here is we are encountering a grow light counter that is already at 0. So this one, if it's greater than 0 now, this one immediately fires. So immediately we turn the grow light on because at first it's 0, now it's on. So the moment I export the source code, the grow light will turn on and will stay on for 1800 game ticks, which is 900 seconds, which is 15 minutes. That should be it. Grow light should not be on, should now be on. It's not on. It's turned off. What did I do wrong? I mean, there is something wrong here, because I assumed something else would happen, but it didn't. But... What? I'm clicking... What is happening, man? I'm clicking once to take that into my hand. I'm not shitting you. Oh, and now I just pressed Alt for a second there. Some game state was hung there. Well hung, huh? Anyway, so what's the problem? What is wrong? Maybe I should also write the grow light counter onto the housing so I can debug this a bit. Write to db setting this value, grow light counter, tell me what's happening. Oh, that's happening. The housing wasn't on. But maybe that's good because I think the time it took me to program that was maybe lower than the plant needed darkness.
Hydration critical.
It might still be dark deficient, huh? No, it doesn't have dark deficiency, but of course the long dark deficiency that we had, or, you know, light deficiency is also a possibility, the same thing. Effectively, the illumination stress goes up, and it has gone up, and while it's up, the growth is hampered, and that's all. Nothing I can do about it, but wait. The plant is damaged, so to speak. Anyway, so we have the grow light counter here, it's counting down, and my light is turned off. Because I always have the flashlight on the air tank.
Hunger caution.
Yeah, maybe I should make the air tank fit now. So what I wanted to do is that this automatically fills up the air tank, but first it discerns if this air tank possibly has to be emptied by using this guy here, you know? This one is solely for emptying this. Okay, all upgraded, except for this stuff. I'm not going to do that now. Let's first program this because I need to be able to breathe outside. And all the code that I'm writing here I want to put into some kind of external library in IntelliJ. And then I want to make a demonstration video at some point where I show how fucking awesome that is to inspire all of you to also do that. I mean, instead of using this internal library, which some people say is not working for them or takes eons to open, and it's not very comfortable, is it? I mean, it's nice and all, but I mean, I cannot, for example, edit things here or search for text or whatever. But in IntelliJ, you can just search across the entire project, and the project would consist of multiple text files. So every text file having one piece of code that you want would allow me to just have a library of all of these things individually, search for them, and just shit them in here arbitrarily, and then improve them every once in a while, and then every future station would benefit from that and so forth. Yeah, and that's what I intend to do at some point. For that I need to build that, so filtration, import, edit. What is it I want to do? Now we have this vent here whose external pressure I set to this value, and I don't have to do that during every iteration, once is enough. What I also want to do is I want to set its direction. That is something I want to do during every iteration because it's too important to fuck up. So what was it again? Mode 0 is the default, and that's the harmless mode that sucks into the room, not from the room. So a person standing there will not suffocate the absence of air. That's how I remember this. So mode 0 is the one I want here. I want this thing to pump into the room. That's definitely the case. Now I want to decide whether it shall pump. For that I want to find out the target pressure, and I think that is something we want to use multiple times. So let's make a register for that. Alias, press out R15. Load into this register from the device the pressure output 2. 1. Pressure output. Pressure output 2 is the waste output, which is like the afterthought, the extra output. The number 1, this one, that's the one that we want. Okay. If the pressure is higher than the pressure that is to be achieved, then this one shall pump. And I will just decide that currently by saying the target pressure is 0. Just, you know, so that we have some experiment that we can do. And then I will write into register R0. If register R0 is... if press out is greater than register R0, then the pressure is too high. And then we need to quickly reduce that pressure. Okay, that is the first stage of the development. Currently it doesn't do anything because there's no pressure there. But we can test this anyway.
Waste tank critical.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's a problem because it sucks that pipe empty. And that's where I measured the pressure. The pressure, though, that I should measure, I think, is... Maybe I should measure the pressure in here and the pressure in there, and then take the greater of the two. That seems like a safe approach. So, let's first measure the pressure in this guy, which doesn't yet have a proper name. Here I said this is for the O2 station, and it's a vent filter can evac. This one is for the O2 station. It is a can store. Let's say can store. Can storage. So what are the plants doing? Okay, I already know. The number being so high means that it is daytime. So define hash. I don't know what exactly yet. Canister storage. Kit canister storage, but that doesn't exist. I don't know where that's still in here. Maybe I should just take a screenshot and tell them this is still in there when it shouldn't be. Actually, you know, that would actually have helped. Let's click here. That is invalid, but it allows us to build this, which is valid, and this is the name, and that's what I needed. And from here, we get to the actual kit, the pipe utility gas. Pipe utility gas. So now I posted that in the bug report channel, and so what did I call that? That's Cansto O2 station, and that's all I need for this. Actually, that's wrong. This is what I need. Can store
Hunger critical.
Alright, so here we have the canister storage. Doesn't do anything, I know. So the light's still on. We have whether they are growing moderately well, so the immediate pain has subsided, I guess. How bad? What? Oh, right. I left that thing on the whole time. Stupid me. And the table was off. So, growth efficiency is low. Light illumination stress is 62%. Yeah, canister storage. What is the next thing? I need to read what the canister storage, well, has in store. So let's do that then. This mode 0 is not correct. We have to deal with that later. Maybe I should just remove it then. Load batch named into R0 from that canister storage, and actually I want to load from the slot. Which slot? It only has one. I want to load the pressure. Does that work like this? So we have the logic, which is pressure here. I think this pressure is the pressure of the pipe. And here we have the pressure of the occupant. That should work, I think. B relative EQ 0, 2 lines, else SDB mode 1 or SDB mode 1. I'm doing this for debugging because I don't have any debugging values that I can watch there. What's happening? Incorrect argument count line 15. Oh, the batch mode, of course. The afterthought mode. I just want to find out whether it's actually measuring the pressure, and I can find out by putting the canister here.
Waste time critical.
Oh, still pumping? Yeah, I guess... that was actually not conclusive. Damn. Okay, I guess I will put up an LED so I can debug shit. I mean, this is my programming corner, right? So let's program in this corner. That should calm it down. It does. Next thing, I want an LED. Which doesn't exist. Console. Console mio. And that's hunger, isn't it? Well, I don't have anything to eat right now other than my protein bars, so yeah, it's not 4, it's 3. Good thing I still have these.
Hunger caution.
And just gulp down in one entirely. No iron? Dude! Do I not have some iron still in some container? No. Disturbing, actually. Iron, of all things. I wonder if I should print a deep miner, huh? Because, well, guess where we are. In this field, in this area, what you get is iron. So why ever worry about that again? Deep miner. Electrum invar constata. And then we need 2.5 electric centrifuges to keep up, in principle. So an LED here for debugging. Could be just this one, a small one. When would you ever build one that is only this wide? Well, in this scenario, for example. Oh, I need more shit, of course. For that I need iron. Dude, okay. Damn. Do I really not have some fucking iron lying around? I feel reminded of the Kaloi in Das Boot, you know? Für 20 Pfennig alter Draht. Yeah, I don't have the iron here. None. Shame. Shame, 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 shame on you. If you can't dance too. I could put it there, I guess, and then... later swap it out with a big one. Is what she said, with a tone of conviction, that all the people present found disturbing. And so she was shunned and had no choice but to, I don't know, grow a beard or whatever. The tooltip is in the way. Actually, see, the tooltips, they have a transparency. Tooltip opacity, and let's do this. And now the tooltip is still like this. That's a change that was introduced today, and is only a crutch, because these are, of course, supposed to have a transparency. But let's go to 0.8. If that's too little, I will be reminded with clarity. But this effect that a tooltip shows up with basically zero size, which was brought up by someone else a few days ago or a few weeks ago, I don't know when, and again brought up by me yesterday, well, it was fixed this morning in the form that for now they're not transparent, because that introduced the problem. It's a brutal fix, because it also takes away the transparency, but it's only for the time being. Okay. What are the plants doing? It's night, my clock is working. And they're growing moderately well at a temperature of 13 degrees. Yeah, the LED for debugging. LED debugging. I'm not sure if it should have a name. Yeah, I think so. LED debug. Huh. Define. LED. Small. Actually, huh. Hash, whatever goes there. Define LED debug. Forgive me. Hash, and then the name of the LED, the small one, which for whatever reason has the name LED5. Seriously? Okay, now what I want to know is, what the fuck does it show when that canister is in there? Write batch... Well, first of all, we want to turn this guy on. Write batch named into this one on 1. Write batch named into this one. Color.white, neutral and bright. Mode, well, mode 0, just numbers. And then I want to write the setting in there of what we just sampled here. So what information is being shown there? batteries are fine. We don't have too many wind turbines, but we also don't have too few. It's very nice that we have this balance, so that it still matters. You know, that's something I kept saying, and there's a nice demonstration of that.
Waste tank critical.
So nothing's happening currently. It's showing the pressure, yeah, 565 kilopascals, and now it is showing the pressure 0. Aha, okay, so it doesn't show NAN, not a number or something. Yeah, I realize it's turning this thing on. Yeah, okay, that was logic. I was just jumping over that line with a relative jump. But okay, this means that we do know the pressure of this thing. That was the goal. Load batch named slot the pressure, but not into R0. I need the pressure out, and I want the pressure can. The pressures of the canister. This is no longer valid, and neither is this. Actually, up here, I could... No, this is not too many lines. We don't have to protect against a yield lag or whatever. Like turn it off initially just to be safe. No, just measure. So now we have that pressure, and here I'm saying greater than blah 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 pressure out, blah blah blah. This is the target pressure I currently have there, and that will change of course. But I mean currently I want to know the higher value of these two. So I will say move to R1 the pressure of the canister, which is indeed the one that we care about more. And then I will do the same again with the pressure out, but only if that makes sense. So branch relative by 2 lines when what is the case? When pressure out is greater than what we already have. Actually, I think we have a max function, don't we? Maximum. Logic batch method. No, that's not what that is. Variables. Oh, that's wrong anyway. Max. Aha. So what does it do? Register will be set to the greater of 2 values. Of course. Of course. So we will just say here max the greater of these 2 values. That also makes the code way more readable, and there's only 1 line. So now we have the greater of the 2 values here, and if this greater of the 2 values is greater than the target pressure that we have set for the canister to have, which is currently 0 as a placeholder, then activate the active vent. So this should now not stutter, but it should just pump.
Waste tank critical.
It does. Okay, so that problem has been solved. Next up is deciding, based upon which canister this is, which target pressure we want, or maybe the target pressure 0 if there is no canister in there. I don't know if that actually makes sense, but I think it does, because this guy doesn't hold any volume, only the canister does. And this pipe, whatever volume it holds, can be emptied in 1 click basically by the active vent. Oh, it's still doing that? Alright, a few pascals are left. So yeah, good that we did that. And then it turned off. Didn't it? Moderately well. Yeah, it's a bit cold in here. And yeah, the sun is coming back. It's already behind Jupiter, I would guess, telling from the sky's color. And then things in here will get warmer anyway. Oh no, it stopped. Okay. But this is of course not the target pressure. We need 2 target pressures. So 1 target pressure is the one to which we want to fill the canister. And 1 target pressure is the same thing, but higher. which will be the boundary for this thing to kick in. And it's between these two boundaries, the device is just A-OK and doesn't do anything. And that's what we have to achieve. So this guy also needs a name related to this one, I guess. Or toStation vent input. Input. Kate Bush. What? Define vent hash. First we input stuff, and so that's the first vent, but I'm not going to do anything with that. I want to load the... So we have tons of canisters here. Actually, no, it's no longer that many. Only the canister. Okay, we had all these variants here, which have been removed by now. But anyway, while we still had these, the following logic worked nicely, and so I will just use this still. Who knows? I mean, the developers putting those canisters back in might well explode your station. So I will just decide, is it a smart canister or not? If it's not a smart canister, then it must be one of the small ones, else it is a smart one. So I want to define the target pressure. How do I do that? The target pressure. Have we something for that? No, we don't. Press out, press scan, alias, press target. R13. R13. Here is loading those pressures. And here we are deciding the stuff. So, load batch. I want to find out what kind of device is in there. So we're not loading the pressure, but the prefab hash. Wait, what? Is that the thing that I want? Yeah, I think so. From the storage thing. And in the slots we have occupied that reference ID of the device. No, I don't want to know the one objective number in the world. Sorting class open. Sorting class is that could possibly even allow us to ask, is it a canister or not? But this might actually, I don't know how that works. I think the sorting class is never shown. For example, here, what sorting class does this guy have? So I don't get it. Maybe science would have to be done, like read out sorting class or something. Anyway, open volume prefab hash. Yep, that's the one. I want to know the prefab hash. Load batch name. Slot into R0 the prefab hash. Then we need the smart canister defined up here. Define hash. Smart. I mean, the only thing smart in this game is the canister. What? Did I just say? No. Okay, so if that... No, first I need to know whether that thing is occupied. That's what I have to find out. Occupied. The pressure apparently can be just read out from there. I could also prepare for not a number event, but let's just, use it like as is. It seems to work. Alright, so the target pressure. I want to define the target pressure. So I start with the target pressure 0. And if there is nothing in there, if there's nothing in this thing, then it would say target pressure determined. So, target pressure has been determined completely. But now we have to distinguish, and so we will say select into the pressure target register, based upon what prefab hash this... Wait, that's... No, that's not right. Still have to compare. Right? Yes, I do. Write equal to 0. No, equal. Write into this register, which I'm recycling as fuck, whether this register is equal to item smart canister. So let's read this from the top. First I start with pressure target 0. Then I'm finding out, is there something in there? If that is equal to 0, so there's nothing in there, then we have our target pressure, which is 0. Nothing should be in there. No pressure should be in there. If we haven't branched away, then we're here. Load the prefab hash from this guy into R0, and then decide into R0 if R0 is smart canister. If it is smart canister, then the target pressure that I want for this guy, depending on station temperature, well, because that's a factor, let's go with the good old 19,000, 9,000 thing that I always do. So now we have the target pressure. This is the target pressure that we want to achieve, and we don't have any logic here yet that is for filling up stuff. But we have logic here for removing stuff, and what I want to put here is... So if we have reached the critical pressure of 10,000 or 20,000, then that means we have a pressure that is too high. No, that's stupid. That is... Okay, let's use 500 then. See if that works. That would probably lead to some clicking back and forth until it has balanced out and accidentally has hit the sweet spot because of overshooting in both directions, sucking dry and filling up. Okay, so write batch name mode 0 into the vent because it needs to suck into the room. Prepare in R0. Actually, what the fuck am I doing? Write into R0 the sum of the target pressure plus 500, which is a bit weird, so so let's do this then. I don't know, I mean, this is a hack, this is obviously a hack, this should be done in programming, because this might have problems down the line and anyone asks, what's this, man? And it's a magic number and so forth and so on. But this would lead to, in the case of 0, this here becoming 0. And so as long as the pressure in there is greater than 0, it would suck the pipe dry. That's the goal here with the minus 500. Yeah, so that should basically have no effect that is discernible.
Hydration critical.
Oh, there's something wrong? Extra define. Okay, I defined something wrong. Maybe the define has duplicate name. Oh yeah, vent O2 station input. Yeah, looking good. Thriving. So let's see. Illumination stress is 35%, but that's not strong enough to prevent us from being happy. Happy. Of course, it could thrive more. The term would still be thriving. Yeah, now we need to fill up the canister, depending on you know what. Well, the only thing missing is to turn this guy on depending on the pressure here. And then I have to make some decisions regarding the pressure in this pipe. Maybe I could just slap this guy on there and call it a day, huh? So it will just decide a target pressure here of 40 megapascals. Or, yeah, 40, which is very high, so the throughput will be very high, which will more likely lead to overshooting, but also will fill the canister more quickly. So I can adjust the target pressure in here to adjust this overall back and forth clickety-click automatism behavior. Let's see what happens. Okay, this one needs to be turned on when the pressure has not yet been achieved. That is easy. This is the determination of the pressure. Now, next thing is we use the pressure. I compare right into R0, depending on whether the pressure on the outputs... Oh, wait a second. I should use this logic here, this trick, in all cases. The pressure combo R15, R14, R13. Max into pressure combo, the pressure out and the pressure can. And then we never use this one anymore. Ever. So if the pressure combo
Hunger, caution.
is less than the press target, R0 will be 1. And then we can say SDB mode 1. So that's one thing we can do. Export. Should do nothing right now. Actually, what's happening? Why is it pumping? I apparently need to display the current target pressure because it has apparently not been determined correctly. Oh, stupid me. Minus 500, yeah. Uh-huh. And now what's missing is this dude. Hunger? No, this is water this time. $66 liters. Alright. Oh, we have light. Sun is back. Time to mine! Is it? Theoretically, yeah, but currently I don't want to. I should maybe print a smart canister now that we can do that. And I will need that for testing also. How many? 2. Let's print 2 of them. How many can we print? Multiple. Okay, so this guy, which has a name, needs to achieve a pressure of 40 megapascals in there. Which, given that it's only 10 liters, is easy. No, don't. Actually, yes, do. I don't want to waste daylight. So. By the way, no reactions yet in the bug channel to anything. Okay, now this is the thing, but before the mode can do anything meaningful, we need to operate the vent, which is okay, the external pressure only needs to be written once, but the mode needs to be written multiple times because it's too dangerous. I don't want to pump into that thing. I wonder if I should set the mode of this guy differently so I have the easy option of evacuating that pipe. I think I want to do that. Yeah, that's good. So we want to write not to the filter can evac, but to the other dude. Mode 1, the dangerous one that sucks the air from the place where you are because I want to fill up the pipe. So we need to create a similar thing here. And what is that I want to check? I want to first load into R0 from the device the pressure input. Then I know the pressure of the pipe between the filtration and the active vent. And if that pressure input is less than 40,000 kilopascals, then turn on the motherfucking shit. Hello? What's happening? Load into R0 from DB, which is the device in which the chip is housed, the pressure on the input side. Then, if that pressure is less than 40,000, we would have a logic value of 1 here. And then I write to this guy that it is supposed to be on. And that is already working. We have seen that the mode is being switched. And I copied that line, so that's not a typo or something. Why is it not happening? Or has it already happened? Maybe it was just that fast. That's possible. Let's see. Oh. Okay. Anyway, so let's do this. And get ready to run to the airlock. Though I can just open it. Aha. Okay. That worked. And then it's empty, because the pipe was sucked dry immediately. So what happens if we do that to a smart canister? Okay. Now the big question. What happens if I swap this one out directly with an empty one?
Waste tank critical.
Aha, okay, so that is fine. Because the pressure... here we see the back and forth. And that sucks. Because this one, emptying this one is overshooting... Yeah, okay. Because this one is so fast. Yeah, but is there a golden bullet to fix this? I don't know. Anyway, there should be nothing but oxygen in there, and there is. Empty. But what happens if I put a full canister in there now, which is already full, so it will now be over 10 megapascals. This one will now be damaged, I guess. Aha. So we're protecting from overpressurization, somewhat. I don't know if it actually took damage. It doesn't look like it took damage. Nice. So that has been solved. I have an O2 station. Cool. It works pretty nicely. I mean, it's not flawless. This back and forth shit is a bit sucky-yucky, but what I could do to solve that is to give this one a delay. No, that doesn't help. I could make the range bigger, you know, that it doesn't fill up to 19, because 19 is pretty risky. Maybe I should do 18.5 or something. Yeah, let's do 8.5 and 18.5 and see how we fare. Station pressure 117 kilopascals. $125 kilopascals. Okay, not that much. This one goes here. And that could actually be for my jetpack. What's my jetpack doing? There's still some propellant in there, so no need yet, but later there should be my jetpack canister. Okay, let's change the values then. That's some neat code. Some overhead in there for the LED, which we can ignore. Then we're initializing the pressure. This is us gathering the pressure knowledge, and if this were Java or another programming language, a proper one, I mean, I would probably do this, so that this is an isolated variable scope, because the ultimate variable I care about is this one. I would kind of export this by defining it up here and then filling it up in here and stuff like that. But okay, whatever. I can also basically... I could also alternatively just load that into R0 and this into R1 and then combine it here. Maybe I should actually, so that it's not accidentally used. R0, R1, and for reasons unknown, it's not yet complaining. Shouldn't it tell me here that this is no longer defined? That's weird. I think that's a bug. Anyway, oh no, maybe the alias has been remembered and is still valid, even though the command that does that is no longer here. That might be so. Load into R0 the pressure output, and load from the canister its pressure, and then the combination of the two goes in here, and that's the only one I use, I hope. Because this could be a very nasty bug otherwise. I cannot search for text in here, so... well, I will just check that in an external editor. The word pressure is being used here and here and here and here. No, this is too tedious. Press out is used only in this one place, and press can is only used in this one place. So yeah, that's it. Then we devise the target pressure, including 0. And this one is the one I want to change. Which is also safer in regards to if the station air is cool and then heats up a little. So this one goes to 40,000. This one turns the filtration on, and this one is the emergency venting, which is funny enough using a vent, and it's only 4 lines. Yeah, but I'm still doing this. This here needs to go to 1000 now. Else the back and forth would still be the same, probably. So, let's test this again. Oh, there's a little problem here. There's now some stuff in the canister that should not be in the canister, because I emptied it not in the proper way. I should put an override switch here of sorts that allows me to empty this pipe network. What switch could that be? I could abuse this as a switch, because you can set this value so that it actually physically animates, and you can also read it. So this is when the device is normally used, and this is when it's empty. When something is to be maintained. Yeah, let's do that then. fills up pretty quickly. I was already panicking because for some reason I was looking for 10 megapascals. Okay, now for the big moment. Bop. Again with the hunger. Still no potato, motherfucker. I don't want to eat another Schokoriegel, man. Huh. Okay, let's read out this thing, which is just whether the thing is open. And I still haven't turned... Let's do this right now. Occupancy emotions. I need the occupancy sensor. And while we're at it, let's put this one over here. Would you kindly give me a fucking potato, man? I'm gonna give you two. I don't know, I want one for now, but I want it now. Anyway. Well, I guess I have to starve. Import. What do we want to do? We want to make sure that the target pressure... now we set that to minus 500, which is a bit ridiculous, but doesn't matter. Hey, wait. Oh, we have to set that to minus 1000 now. See, that's the thing with the magic numbers and the shitty programming here. Okay, so here I'm jumping over possibly determining something else than 0, or something else than minus 1000, and I can do the same thing again for other reasons. So load into R0 from dB, whether it's open. And if it is open, then guess what? If it is greater than 0, then we want to jump away. So where's that canister? There it is. Haha. Nice. Nicely self-contained, no big bulky switch here, and no one will ever understand why the fuck is it doing that. Not good. Okay, while this is emptying this out, this should be automatic. The wall light battery should be turned off when I'm not in the room. So it needs a name. This is the IT facility housing, what is it? IT? Just, yeah, information technology. IT. IT light. Define hash. Yeah, that's how I spell it.
Health low.
Let's... Then we need the occupancy sensor. Structure occupancy sensor. Sense occu And... no. No, that was actually better. Sense Oku is the thing, and then we have Sense Oku IT. That's for the arc furnace. Load batch named into R0 from that thing. Whether it's activated. What about the potatoes? They should be grown by now. They are.
Hunger caution.
Oh, it's completely eaten. Thriving towards seeding, okay. So what was it again? 4 hours, 6 hours. Or if we remove this pipe and reset the atmosphere they're in, 7 hours. Oh, the music is actually annoying, isn't it? Didn't notice actually. Sorry. Okay, so we now know whether the room is occupied, and we will write that into the light. Write batch named into that light on R0. That should work, and then the same thing for... oh man, I should have checked this first. Oh, yeah, maybe I should connect the occupancy sensor. What do you think? Nice. And the computer, which is the actual thing this is all about, also needs to be named. IT is the station, and this is the computer. Ow, what the fuck, man. Define computer hash. Actually, that was not correct.
Power critical.
Computer IT is this one. Right batch named. Alright, now we are saving on power. Okay. This one's empty, let's empty that one too, because it's also poisoned. This one I could take with me in case I ever have some waste canister trouble, though that's rare, but it's possible. And then we should go mining, I think. Let's prepare mining. There is an empty backpack, pretty ideal for mining. By the way, maybe I should empty the furnace. Or is it too late already? Okay. Oh, god damn it! I haven't yet printed the most important motherfucking shit. So, let's do this then. We start with the tool belt Mark II, which needs Constantin, which is currently a bit occupied. What are the batteries doing? Batteries are still doing fine. Then I could also do with a better mining belt. Which requires steel. And do I have a second mining belt? No. Okay, I think we can just leave it at that. Now one of the best moments in the entire game. No, not this. Actually, this one too. But let's do this one first. Moving. And while we're at it, maybe I should print the arc welder. Electro invar solder. And the mining belt. I actually held down the key, but didn't really work. So there's this. And what else mining backpacks do we have? This one's pretty full. And I should go for gold. Copper, iron, not so much, yeah, maybe currently, because I don't have any. Well, I have this. But still, I should get some more iron. Iron, gold, basically the standard stuff. And, oh yeah, silicon. Silicon, iron. So basically plastic, iron, and gold. Plastic, iron, gold, copper. Standard stuff. Yeah, so these standard stuff. Plastic, silicon, iron, gold, copper. Silicon, iron, gold, copper, yeah. Yeah, we can use this one as an extra storage. And this is the old tool belt, which is now very garbage. And the music pisses me off again. That asshole. You will go to hell for that. I'm sorry. That was not intentional. Anyway, so battery 100%. 100%. I wonder if I should actually put the big one in there. I mean, there's another big battery that I have on me. That would make sense. Then there's this battery. This one's empty now, so we can fill it up. My jetpack is still good, and if it isn't, I will use my waste canister. So how are things looking here? Thriving towards seeding. It's a bit unfortunate that it is this very moment. I want to go mining, but I mean, any moment now the seeding will be done, and then I can replant accordingly, and that would be better than letting this. I mean, who knows how long I will be out, you know? So I will waste a little bit more time and put some light in here. I don't know where exactly. Maybe in the middle of the ceiling? Or on the wall somewhere? Maybe right here. No, that's a bit like, see, you don't see the light. It's not a glow, you cannot see it in the hell. No, it's
Hydration critical.
better over here, I think. Alrighty, oxygen. Let's see if that is actually there. Yeah, 19 megapascals, 16 degrees, pure fucking oxygen. And that's all we take with. Okay. Where's the tablet? It's in my hand. Then the question is light here. I wanted to make a light. It's a bit weird that I leave the light on the whole day, huh? Maybe while I'm actually leaving the stage behind, I should turn that off too, huh? Then I come back and the batteries will be rather full. And that's a good move, because once this guy kicks into action, I will be glad that I have batteries that are full. So that's something I should also do, while these guys are driving towards seating. Oh, it can be put there. Oh, but it doesn't help because the cable cannot be put there. Oh, but I can put it like this. Huh. Yep. That's nice. And should only be on when it should be on. So, what's the name here? Greenhouse. Light. No, actually, greenhouse is not the light, goddammit. This is the light. See? The light. This is the sense Oku. Whenever I go in here, I want the light to turn on/off. Have we seated already? Okay, let's do that later then. Okay, when I come back, I still have something to eat. Oxygen is good. All batteries are full.
Oh, the mining fucking drill. I would have forgotten this. Fuck me sideways.
Heavy mining drill. Thank you. What? Oh, right, I was eaten right away by the other guy. That's weird. Why did that happen? Anyway, let's put the battery over. Swap the two. Toss this one down. Put this in hand. Oh, and no, this has the same problem. Shit. Heavy mining drill. And this one? I don't know. Garbage, I guess? Oh, I cannot put that in the locker because I'm holding it. This is stupid, man. When will you fix that? Alright, okay, no power here. But here. Empty? Ish? Come on. Relatively empty. Absolutely empty. Filters. Filters looking good. Everything looking good. We can step on the gas, so I will take a short break and then I go mining. Okay. Let's go mining. Let's check the tracker superfluously. Then let's check the deep miner, deep miner cartridge. This time I want to go where? This is the direction I took last time. To decrease, or rather to increase the X value as much as possible. So it was 260, 280. Let's just say 200 degrees. 200 degrees, so hot, so hot. So we need all the standard stuff. Gold, iron, copper. Oh, I seem to have been here. Silicon. And now we have the heavy mining drill, so that should be fun. Coal, I think I have enough coal currently. And I forgot to bring the explosives, but okay, that's not too bad. Silver, okay, I was hunting for silver so much. By the way, silver? Huh, so you can find that in this region too, interesting. Then I want to take this just because it's silver, even though I have enough silver for now. Almost like butter. Or let's say it is like butter, only some of it is colder butter. And this butter is hot. So next step on the agenda once we're back, of course utilize the stuff that we've found, some gold, some copper. I guess I wanted to print some stuff but couldn't. Then complete the automation of the light of the greenhouse, I mean the human light, because I think that isn't yet complete. Set up the deep miner with 2 centrifuges, maybe 3, or maybe set up 2 deep miners with 5 centrifuges. But then it will just deliver iron. It will deliver so much iron, I cannot even use all that iron. So maybe that's not the wisest approach, to invest that much time and effort and energy into that. So reasonably, 1 deep miner I think delivers enough for 2.3 or 2.4 something electric centrifuges. So I would set up 1 deep miner with 2 electric centrifuges instead of just 1, and then I have to automate them. And that then I should copy from my library of source code, which I don't have yet. I now intend to build that based upon the source codes that I have in this very playthrough. And then eventually make that video where I explain that But I mean, seriously, okay, I've been programming Java for years. It's my favorite language currently, and there are probably better ones. But okay, I mean, you can't learn it all, you can't learn everything. I rather try to improve the flow of the things I'm doing maximally, not by studying how are other people doing it, by diving into it and diving into it again and diving into it again and again and again until I can breathe underwater. So basically like that. That takes a long time though, and then yeah. That's why I don't know so many programming languages, but some of them I dream. Anyway. Oh, go! Look at that! Eating the entire mountain. Man, it's a feast here. It's like, I don't know, Schlaraffenland. What did it say? It's a German word, fuck off. So, and, well, I get that this is to install an entire integrated development environment, which will actually take an entire gigabyte of hard disk space if you do so. Because the setup kit, I believe, is 700 megabytes. is asking a bit much. However, once you have done that, you can use it in the same way for all kinds of stuff, for all kinds of notes that you write, for example. I will demonstrate that in that video, how very, very cool that is and very capable, and how much you're missing out if you're not doing that. I mean, if something has a lot of upsides, then the little bit of downside that you have to install it first, oh my god, I mean, how bad is that? And then it takes up 1 GB of hard disk space. Oh, and it takes about 5 seconds to start, so that's another thing that can be suffered through to enjoy the fruits, and I hope I can demonstrate that sufficiently. Is a plan that I have at some point. No, I have the plan now actually, but when will I do that? Is this thing on? Yep. That was definitely the right move to get the bigger drill. Yep. Also eats more battery, right? Yeah, it does. The other one would be at 90 now. Then again, after digging the amount that I dug here, it wouldn't be. So, yeah, the other drill's name, by the way, it's a person. The other drill is a person, this one is just a tool, is Douglas. So let's get some stuff sorted. Here you go. Oh, no more space. So I don't have any silicon yet. Not too easy to find in this brightness. Huh. Is that uranium? I thought that wasn't in the game anymore. God damn it, indeed. And it's useless to me now, but... Ah, come on, let's take at least one stack. Oh, it's rare stuff, it appears. The stack is not yet full. Silicon, where are you? So there's silicon and there's silicone. Silicon is a cone, the difference is an E at the end, and also the fact that silicon is the sand stuff, basically. The mineral that you find. Is it a mineral? I'd guess so. And silicone is the product that we can create from I don't know what. I don't know if it's even related to this substance, silicon. Silicone would be the gooey, soft, stretchy stuff. Don't tell me that's silver. It's silver. Ah. which I don't quite need, but you know. How did I not find silver earlier? There's so much silver here. Silicon, where art thou? Heaven's vault still. That looks like copper. Yep. Yeah, and as for the iron, that I will be able to obtain with a deep miner. I intend to treat that like as if it were an outpost from which I would have to transport stuff. In other words, it is supposed to manufacture 500 size ingots, which is the largest ingot size, of iron the whole time. To make it as compact and as efficient as possible, so it's just a factory that produces and produces and produces. Hey, oh, still 18 megapascals of oxygen. Gold. Hey, that's gold. Next time I should bring even more mining backpacks. Oh, silicon. Though it's a bit unrealistic that I can carry all this stuff. And I would prefer realism, I think. So I would have to drive there, for example, with a rover. Stuff like that, yeah. Oh, more lead? Ah, okay. I guess I'm gonna take this then. Just when I'm talking about carrying weight, huh? Yeah, silicon could be very easy to carry. Same for oxide. Water ice could be more heavy. And you could also move more slowly. I mean, for a game that is so very simulated in some respects, it's ridiculous how very unsimulated it is in many other respects. And I want Stationeers to be better in this regard, yeah. Iron, I think I have enough iron for one run. I could use more gold and definitely more silicon. And what about copper then? So I need everything still except iron. Great. You are shitting me. I will just leave this silver where it is. Because I certainly have enough of that. Gold, yeah, definitely. So I was using Photoshop for a long time, and now I have actually purchased Affinity Photo 2, actually a couple of months back already, and hadn't yet really started using it, but now I'm using it for example, the thumbnails and stuff. Well, I still have to learn a lot, of course, because while many things are similar in it, many other things are different. And its layer concept, while very powerful, is also a bit confusing. But it's very cool. I mean, you can basically change anything that you have changed later again. I mean, not anything, there are limits to that, obviously, but a lot of stuff. Like, yeah, I've blurred something that can be actually an effect that just stays there and you can adjust it later. This is a bit loud. Wow. How can it be this loud? I mean, I'm literally... What is this? What is happening? What? God damn it, I was playing that, huh? What? Okay, never mind. Copper, yeah. Oh. Yeah, but it's getting old, this kind of sound, huh? A lot of oxygen, a lot of power. Drill at 60, I guess, 55. Still need more silicon. Can't have too much gold. Except that there's no space left to get some silicon, but I don't find any anyway. Fuck off, I don't need you. Fuck off, I don't need you. Silicon, where art thou? Right here.
Hydration critical.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, and all of a sudden I cannot take anything more.
Power low.
Well, is something entirely different then? I sense this might not be the best choice. Okay. Well, I guess we can go back now. $400 meters? That's nothing. That's water, isn't it? Silicon! Seriously? One slot occupied by one iron, when what I need so much is silicon. Let's take the rest of this stash then.
That's better.
Seriously? Some more copper would be cool. I mean, that stack isn't full. While we're here. So I could actually set up an astronaut suit storage thingy, and if I would slap my belts on it then? How many belts can you slap on this thing? Tool belt? Mining belt? Both of them? I mean, what is it that will be recharged? I don't even know. Never used this thing. Only once in multiplayer. That was a long time ago. And the sun is low, but the deed is done on silicon. You're fucking shitting me? Ah. $18 degrees. Maybe I should consider making a cooling solution. Thriving towards fruiting. Nice. Very good, very good. Huh, nice sun reflection effect right there.
Airtight critical.
Neat. Apparently I need some more big batteries, and apparently I can afford that soon. Gold and steel and copper. Fast charger. Steel. Do I have steel somewhere? 3 grams. No. Oh. Did I burn through all my steel? Unlikely. Wow. I had 800 grams of steel. And all that's left of that is 86 grams, so 1/10. 1/10 is left. Wow.
Hunger, caution.
I mean, good thing I am prepared to make more steel. I mean, that's not the problem. Maybe I should put up a few more of these, though 1,000 watts each time. I cannot afford this. My electricity system is completely basic still. Hey, wait. Didn't it make 3 already? No. I mean, isn't this the 3rd already? My sound event recording system in my head apparently is a bit too eager. The eager has landed. Okay, you go in there. And then we have this. This one is to be charged with 1,000 water. And it's full. And this one, how fast does this go? 1, 2, 3. A bit slower than a second, so I guess this thing takes like 2 minutes. Alrighty, what else can we then replace? This is full. This one could be replaced. This one can be placed. We don't have anything in there yet. So a third one would actually be desirable. Started with nothing, and now we have this. Yeah, I didn't yet make an I leave the station, therefore all lights should be off kind of logic thing, so some power was wasted, yeah. I don't really need the welder on me. That is safe, so even if it gets hotter, that pressure will not overpressurize. Let's keep that here. Oh, the arc welder, of course. Still smelting stuff? Yep. There's no display here yet that shows us that, but that's not really one of the primary concerns. I'd rather have this automated. Last thing I did here, I believe, was naming the light. Yep, greenhouse light. And greenhouse... Actually, this is the one to copy, yep. Miscode import, edit. Define sense oku gunz. Okay, by now I actually know this. Structure, light, long, wide. Light greenhouse will be switched on depending on this guy. And now I have to give it the name light. And that should now work. Upgrading. So this one has a large battery, this one has a large battery, this one doesn't, has also has... The entire tool belt is now equipped with large batteries. All of them are charged. Mining drill also. Yeah, looking good. Maybe I should remove this one and replace it with a big charger. How much power are we drawing right now? 2000 watts. Yeah, it's a bit iffy what I'm doing here. Actually, one of the next things I should consider doing is to protect my beacon out there, my lander, from the storm, which will eventually come. I mean, I have a slow day-night cycle, so I'm already on day 30, basically. Yeah, that's what it is. It's factor 10. So day 3, that's day 30. Or maybe it's day 25 because it's still evening. That's also something to be considered. Or maybe it's already day blah blah blah, whatever. Anyway, I would like to keep that beacon around instead of losing it to the storm, which will eventually come. So there's one priority. My little IT department, yeah. Could be a bit more decorated, I think. I want to decorate the ground here and the ceiling, because it looks not nice. Which reminds me, I should get into spray cans and such. This guy is already standing here, and so whatever pollutant will emerge, I can just filter that away. It's complaining about hunger that I happen to have. Let's see what I can do about that. Num num num.
Hunger caution.
Num num num. How are we doing? 103. Too bad that grow lights don't stack. I can't put another grow light here and no, it doesn't work. What I could do hypothetically is put these shutters here, and while we actually have daylight, close and open them synchronously with the grow light. I mean, I can even do that at night too, yeah, of course, but then it's not beneficial. But during the day, the light would stack. That's what I mean. Okay, we're consuming a lot of electricity here. I think I should work on that. Should I just entirely go for wind turbines? It's a bit lame, right? But I mean, there's so many fronts on which I could do something. There's some things that I should do though, which is the deep miner, and this guy will not wait around forever, so yeah. Now with that in mind, let's start with that. This light is automated, we have water, we have food, stuff is being smelted. One thing I forgot, I might want to just put some more stuff in here. Ah, that's stupid. I have hands, why cannot I grab this from here and grab it, put it there, man? Because you have to grab it first with your hand first to put it in here. Okay, so how does this manifest? What is the process that's taking place between here and there? Mind power? No, this is the hand doing that. In other words, it can do that in the world too. But it can't. So that's wrong. Done. I rest your case. So. Let's clean up a little here in regards to steel. That is not needed in here.
Hunger caution.
Do I not have oxide with me? Oh, okay. I don't need that stuff. Well, actually I do. Ah, here we go. That's looking good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. That's a nice combination. And then some extra. In case I need to heat up the station. Well, since steel has become a little bit scarce, maybe I want to make some steel. This is complete, this is complete. This two, and well, for the rest, I guess I want to keep that around. Else I will once again have a lack of iron. Yeah, so that is to become steel. And steel I express with the color gray. Getting a bit full here, huh? Yeah, but okay, that's what it is. Too bad, dragging all of them will not have a sorting effect. Black. Hey, what am I doing? Oh, the Icarus suit. I can print that. For I own a license for Icarus. Night vision goggles. Never made those. I should actually make those. Steel. Oh, hassle. Never mind. Not worth the hassle, oil. Australia. Not to be confused with New Zealand, which has a very similar flag, but it's not the same. I can print these too, yes, because I do have the DLC. Oh, what's that? Space pack. Uniform Commander. Demolition charge. Liquid vacuum. I can even make one. Not that I need it, but you know. Remote detonator. Spray gun. That's the one I was looking for. And the harm helmet and the harm suit. Hard suit, backpack and so forth. Mining belt Mark II. Tool belt Mark II, which needs Constantin. Where's Constantin? There it is. Because I need another tool belt Mark II. And now I need lots of spray guns. Steel and Invar. I need lots of steel now, so yeah. But it's a bit late in the day, so I will stop this now and continue next time. And what I do next time is already laid out for me, right there. Decorate and, well, equip. For that I need steel. Where's the steel thing? There it is. No, that's not where it is. What am I doing?
Hydration critical.
Where's the steel box thing? Oh, there, right on the ground. So this goes here. And then we can basically make one for silver alone by now. Huh. Neat. So, how are the plants doing? Oh, right, what am I doing? La la la.
Hunger critical.
Driving towards fruiting. Okay, no fruits currently. Need to eat. Nothing to eat here, but soon enough I will have more than I can possibly munch. Need to work on the power situation. There's more lights involved now, huh? Or whatever. Okay. This is the end for today. This was episode 3, and I hope I will do an episode 4 from behind. See you!